The Four Seasons is
Welcome to the Burbank Unified School District Board of Education regular meeting of Thursday, April 21st, 2022. Is that better? Reporting out on closed session.
Are we doing the pledge?
You know what? Yeah. It's not on here.
That's number 4.
Oh, yes. I just skipped over. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson, for the help. Mrs. Abasto, are you still here? Will you lead us in the pledge this evening, please?
Please put your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 5, reporting on closed session. Items were for discussion only. No action was taken.
Land acknowledgement?
I'm sorry?
The land acknowledgement.
Sure. That's going to be read by Dr. Weisberg.
I don't know where it is.
It's not on here.
Number 4.
Oh, it sure is.
Okay, thank you.
We acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of the Chumash, Tongva, Fernandino, Tatavaim, and First Nations on which we are learning, educating, and living.
Thank you so much, Dr. Weisberg. And again, number 5, reporting on closed session. Items were for discussion only. No action was taken. Moving to number 6, adjustments to the agenda. Do any of my board members have adjustments?
Madam President,
Yes, Mr.
it's
Ferguson.
my understanding that we have a number of speakers potentially on a non-agenda item, so I would ask that we move the non-agenda item public comment up towards the beginning of the meeting immediately after, I'm looking right now. So that we would move it immediately after item 10A on the agenda. So we would hear public communications on agenda items followed by public communications on non-agenda items, if that's okay with staff. But it's okay.
Okay,
Do we
All
need
right.
a second? I second.
okay. We have a motion to move the second public communications on non-agenda items to right after 10A on request to address the board. And we have a second by Dr. Weisberg. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, motion carries. So we will be moving that up so that those of you who wish to speak don't have to stay till the bitter end. So, yes. Moving on to any other adjustments? Great. You know why? I apologize. I pulled my agenda out and not the one you gave me. You're welcome. So actually, we have to go back up. You need to take the roll.
Member Frintner? Member Agakanian?
Here.
Clerk Weisberg?
Present.
Vice President Ferguson?
Present.
And President Tabbitt.
Here, thank you. Unfortunately, we have to share the passing of two longtime educators. First, the passing of Sid Colpus. The superintendent's office has been informed of the sad news of the passing of longtime educator Dr. Sidney Colpus. Sidney's teaching career spanned over 40 years, beginning at the Burbank Unified School District and continuing as a full professor teaching at Glendale Community College. At BUSD, Sid taught at Luther Burbank Junior High School from 1970 to 1980, before moving to John Burroughs High School, where he taught math and computer science from 1980 to 1994. Also sharing the news of the passing of Debbie Catello. And we must also share the news of the passing of longtime district teacher Debbie Catello, who recently lost her battle with cancer. Debbie began working for BUSD at Washington Elementary School as a DHH teacher in 1993 and continued there until moving to John Muir Middle School in 1996, where she taught as a DHH teacher from 1996 to 2000 and as a general ed math teacher from 2000 to 2018. Debbie was an active supporter of the BTA Relay for Life team. Our thoughts and prayers are with Sid and Debbie's friends and family at this difficult time, and tonight's meeting will be adjourned in both their memories.
President Tabbitt,
Yes, sir.
if I could just say a few words on these two. First to Mr. Kopos' family, I happened to serve as a student trustee at Glendale Community College when he was a professor there, always a strong academic, and for him to have roots in Burbank, let me just tell you, this was a man who contributed and was a true academic leader, a true instructional leader, and somebody who served our community and many of our students and our graduates extremely well. He was loved and revered by colleagues and respected by students who struggled and who always knew that they could go to him for help. And he epitomizes, I think for me, somebody who was willing to engage on the tougher subjects. And so my deepest condolences to his family. Ms. Catello was my 8th grade teacher and a phenomenal personality. Anybody who knew Debbie, she was a fighter through and through, called it like it is. I can't tell you how many times I was told to straighten up in class. And you know what? She could connect you with the subject, and she could connect you with the materials and knew how to love people in that kind of very direct way, and always encouraged you to push further. Not just that, she had a way of bringing together the DHH program and general ed students and bring them together to learn a very difficult subject while you have an interpreter in the room, distracting at times, but nevertheless, it was always a real privilege to be able to see, her not only teach math, but to herself sign while doing so. She has always been a passionate advocate for cancer research, and despite her battle, showed up year after year after year for the Relay for Life. Her legacy, I think, will continue on, obviously, as we all continue in her stead, but these are two phenomenal educators that are so indicative of the quality of educator that we have here, but we will forever be a step behind with their loss. So my deepest condolences, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Moving on, number 6, adjustments to the agenda. Anyone have any adjustments? Oh, we did that, you're right. I'm not on the same page. Items for future agendas, which was where I really should have been. Mr. Ferguson, did you have?
I have a few. So,
So do I.
thank you. So first, if we can, in the near future, get an update on the status of SB 830 as it works its way through the committee process of the legislature. SB 830, for those of you who aren't memorizing every bill going through the legislature, is a bill that would change how school funding is done. Right now, we've heard kind of broad coalition support for it, but most recently we've heard that there's some significant opposition in Sacramento to this bill. I think it's certainly worthwhile to have the conversation here about how we want to change up potential organizing strategies to discuss why this is important to our bottom line. So if we could get that back sooner rather than later, not meaning to put pepper on it, but just timeline-wise and budget-wise, it's important that we get that back probably by next meeting. So that's the first. The second is just an update on our open access policy, where that's at in the process. I'd also, if we can, get an item on the Eco Council and where it's going. Generally, what's the focus? What's the scope of work? I know the superintendent has appointed a committee, but where's it going? What's it doing? And I want to make sure that it's more than just a political escape pod, that we're actually, that we're looking at it, and that if we're going to enter into this kind of discussion, that there's direction from the policymakers here as to where we're going. I'd also like an agenda item to come back to discuss converting the Board of Education from an at-large board to districted seats. I'd like that there have been recent changes in state law to ensure equity in our elections, and a part of that includes the elimination of at-large seats as board members, so I'd like to have initial discussions about the drawing of district lines, potentially for district board members to represent. And then last but not least, I would like to see an agenda item come back addressing potential conflicts of interest of board members running businesses on school sites, and that would prohibit any board-run or board member-run small business from operating on school sites. Thank you.
President Tabbitt.
Yes.
I have two things. One, I'd like to get a report back on the number of seniors we have who aren't going to be able to walk due to attendance issues. Just have a conversation about who they are, the numbers, why that is, what intervention has been put into place to make sure that we can hopefully remedy the situation. I'd also like to agendize a conversation, and I appreciate Dr. Neiman talking about this with me earlier, to re-examine the concept of a district calendar. I know there are far too many things to put on it on each individual site, but perhaps creating something that has the major events so that people can make a decision about where to go when there's a conflict between a couple of different events on any given night. That's all I got.
Anyone else? Thank you. Okay, presentation recognitions number 8A, recognition of the 2021-2022 National Merit Scholar finalists. Dr. Paramo.
Good evening, President Tabbitt. It's my pleasure to introduce the proud principal of Burbank High School, Dr. Thomas Crowther, who is going to recognize some students from Burbank High School.
Good evening, President Tabbitt and members of the board. Good evening, Dr. Hill and members of cabinet. As Dr. Paramo said, I'm Tom Crowther, proud principal at Burbank High School, and tonight I get to once again recognize several students who are finalists for National Merit Scholarship consideration from Burbank High School. I'm actually going to have them come up individually and share a little bit about themselves. I think you're familiar how prestigious this is. Roughly, you have to be the top 1% of your state and top 1% nationally on the PSAT in your junior year, and roughly about 15,000 students make the semifinals, and then half gone as finalists and are eligible for some well-earned scholarship dollars. So with that, I'd like to introduce our first student, Brandon Choi. Come on up, please.
Hello? Oh, okay. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for inviting myself and the other National Merit Final winners today. My name is Brandon Choi, and I'm a senior at Burbank High School. I'm currently aspiring to pursue a major in computer science at either USC or UC Santa Barbara. That's a decision I still have to make. I also love playing the violin, whether it's playing classical concertos or themes from movies and films. In my free time, I enjoy hanging out with friends, napping, and building mechanical keyboards. I'd like to give a special thanks to my parents because it's the time and effort that they give that allowed me to have this opportunity to win the national merit. All right, thank you.
Let's stick around. I think we'll do a photo in just a moment. Our next Bulldog is Mark Lynn.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. It's my honor to be here and to represent Burbank High in the National Merit finalist standing. I'm a senior at Burbank High School, and I love playing on the Burbank High's tennis team. I just came from a tennis game, actually. And this year I am one of the varsity captains. I also love running my business, Slimy Honey, and I have developed a passion for entrepreneurship that I hope to pursue in college at either UCLA or UC Berkeley. In my free time, I enjoy playing the piano, hanging out with my friends, and listening to music, and I too would love to thank my parents and my friends and everyone who supported me for allowing me to win this award. Thank you.
And then last but not least, we have VHS student Susie Matenyan, who come on up, please. Susie.
Oh, okay. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having all of us, and thanks for giving this chance for recognition for our achievements in the National Merit Run. I'm Susie Matinian, and I've attended Burbank High School from freshman to senior year. Here I've excelled in all my AP classes, and I've been lucky to take such rigorous and demanding courses. I'm currently in the instrumental music program. I'm the president, and I've played the flute for about 8 years throughout all my BUSD experience. And I have a love for reading, especially books from the Romantic era, and I'm currently just trying to make the most out of my senior year before I start as a biochemistry major in the fall at UCLA. Thank you.
Wow. President Tabbitt, I would like to also recognize a student from John Burroughs High School. He was not able to make it tonight. His name is Ronan Park, but I will make sure that he gets his certificate and he's recognized at his school as well. Can I take a pic?
Thank you.
Would you like to take a pic?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, show those for sure. Wait. Hold on, we'll wait for you. There we go. So many places to look.
Did you want to pass that?
No.
I shouldn't have asked, I'm sorry. Obviously, the other rest.
They almost had him the last time. He went to tiebreaker.
Oh.
Katie's pretty good.
Yeah.
They almost had him.
Okay. Those are the fun parts of being a board member, getting to meet those kids and congratulate them and be proud of them representing Burbank and how much work they put into what they do just to be a student. So thank you for that. Okay, now moving on to number 10. Up, number 9, student representatives. We'll start with Burbank High School, Shoshana Terperosian. Welcome. It's nice to see all three of you here tonight. Yeah.
Good evening, Board President Tabbitt, members of the board, Superintendent Hill, and senior staff. Our prom tickets are now on sale. There will be horse carriage rides, henna tattoos, flip books, and many other fun activities, so make sure to have a prom contract while purchasing your ticket. And following this, yesterday and today, seniors got to vote for prom court through a Google Classroom. Last week, we just concluded our elections, and voting was done via Google Classroom in their grade level classrooms. And thank you for everyone that voted for class representation and for your student body representatives. On April 1st, Burroughs and Burbank collaborated for April Fool's Day, where BHS was a bear for a day. It was super fun, and our school really enjoyed it. And on April 14th, we held another blood drive in collaboration with UCLA and got a confirmed 60 bags of blood. In-N-Out gift cards and AMC movie tickets were given out to all donors, so thank you again to all those who donated. Just a reminder that on April 30th, Burbank High's junior class will be holding a car show. There will be a wide array of cars from exotics to classics and different booths offering merchandise, drinks, and food. To sign to win car up, it will be a $20 fee, and the link can be found on our Instagram at BHSBulldogASB. Today, Burbank and Burroughs Winter Guard and Percussion held a special performance at our gym. It was a great way to end the school year to not only see Burbank's talents, but Burroughs's. Our dance teams are presenting a spring dance concert in our feelings featuring Unleashed, Advanced Dances 3, 2, and 1, and guest performance on April 29th and 30th. We hope to see support from our community for these great teams. Tomorrow, April 22nd, is the Day of Silence, where students take a vow of silence and participate in the silent campus rallies and demonstrations. It is a day to spread awareness about the forced silence, bullying, and harassment of LGBTQ+ students and community. Tomorrow, students are going to perform a day-long vow of silence to protest against the silencing and bullying of queer members. Next week is our Spirit Week and rally of the school year. Monday is America Monday, Tuesday is Plaid PJ Day, Wednesday is Neutral Day, Thursday is Denim Day, and Friday is Rally Day, which the theme is Wild West BHS. So dress up as cowgirls and cowboys. April 24th marks Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day. On our morning announcements, a video was shown explaining the Armenian Genocide and the systematic destruction of the Armenian people and identity in the Ottoman Empire during World War I. Alongside spreading awareness and information about the genocide, many clubs, such as Care for Armenia and Crayons for Kids, will be holding fundraiser drives in support of Armenia. That's all for my announcement. Is there any questions I can answer?
I did have one. Can you tell us where your prom is? Because you're doing carriage rides. That's sort of cool.
So it's at the Santa Anita Sorona Terrace. You can find all of the information and the exact address on our Instagram.
Very cool.
It won't be weird if we show up. Don't worry about it.
No, come.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to Jewel Reader from John Burroughs. Jewel, you look a little different from the last time I saw you.
Really?
Yeah.
It's the mask.
No, you don't remember where I saw you last Friday?
Oh, wait. Oh, presents.
Yes.
I did.
So Jewel completed her 6 years as an NCL, and the last time I saw her, she was, I mean, you're beautiful every time I see you, but dressed to the nines and putting your best foot forward. So I was very proud of you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. To begin my report for tonight, I would like to speak on events from the past month. Link Crew hosted their first ever MORP, where freshmen got their very own school dance on April 1st. Also on April 1st, we had our first ever school-wide April Fool's prank. We collaborated with Burbank High to have the school switch spirit gear for the day. Burroughs wore Burbank gear and Burbank wore Burroughs gear. We also collaborated with our broadcast journalism class to have Burbank High read our morning announcements, and vice versa at Burbank. Burbank and Burroughs joined forces at a workday a few days prior to create posters. We filled our front walkway with Burbank posters. Connecting JBHS and BHS in this fun way was super well received by the student body, and we hope ASB continues this event through the future. This month is Armenian Genocide Remembrance Week, and we are so lucky to have such an amazing Armenian club on campus. This club created a whole week of events to educate students on Armenian culture and tradition and the importance of remembering the genocide, and they dedicated this week to involve the whole school. On Monday, they sold purple flower pins in the quad. On Tuesday, they collaborated with Eco Club to create sustainable forget-me-not flowers. On Wednesday, they had a school-wide virtual assembly and had an opportunity for students to ask the speaker questions at lunch. On Thursday, they taught and performed the dance of survival in the quad, and on Friday, they're going to encourage students to wear red, blue, and orange in support. This week was so special, educational, and necessary. Another amazing event held by an amazing club was the vigil in honor of the 23rd anniversary of the Columbine shooting, hosted by March for Our Lives yesterday. They had local government officials speak, led a minute of silence, and gave amazing speeches themselves. This vigil was so beautiful and such a special moment that was held on our campus. In sports news, congrats to varsity boys golf for going 20-0 in the Pacific League, and to our powerhouse and sound sensation choirs for sweeping nationals in New York City. Also, varsity boys volleyball became undefeated in league champs once again. This is their 12th consecutive Pacific League title, and we are so proud of the work they have put into the program. Next, here are some upcoming events we are super excited for. Next week is our music festival, Spirit Week. All week, we're having music-themed dress-up days and lunchtime activities. On Thursday, we have our spring rally as well, where we are recognizing spring and winter athletes along with clubs on campus. Each class was assigned a different music festival: freshman, Stagecoach; sophomore, Lollapalooza; junior, Coachella; and senior, Camp Flog Gnaw. We are super excited to have some fun before the year ends with the entire student body. Also upcoming in ASB is our third and final blood drive of the year next week. We are super excited to collaborate with UCLA to give our students the opportunity to give back to their community. We are also very excited for the Black Student Union Assembly the first week of May. They have been working super hard on this presentation, and the student body is very excited. Our Friendly Fruit Club is hosting a fruit drive from April 22nd to 29th. They're accepting any of your backyard fruit to 3 locations across Burbank. They will be sorting through fruit and redistributing to people in the community in need of this nutritious food opportunity. The 15th annual Poetry Slam is coming up on April 28th in the library, where students can enter their poetry into this competition. Today and tomorrow, the JBHS dance program is hosting Y2K Today, a dance show featuring all dance classes and teams. This Saturday, April 23rd, our environmental club, Cleanup Club, will be hosting a beach cleanup in Santa Monica in honor of Earth Day. This club hosts these events weekly and does such an amazing job giving back to our community and involving students in positive environmental change. Tomorrow, April 22nd at lunch, the JBHS Sexual and Gender Alliance Club will be hosting a moment of silence at lunch in honor of voices that have been silenced due to hate to the LGBTQ+ community. We are looking forward to all these upcoming events. And in JBHS senior news, prom is next Saturday, April 30th from 7 to 11 p.m. and will be hosted under the Endeavor at the California Science Center. The day before prom, all seniors will attend an Arrive Alive assembly that warns and educates students on distracted driving. On Monday, May 16th, we will be hosting the Senior Awards, and on Wednesday, May 18th, we will be hosting a senior brunch where seniors will be excused from morning classes to join us for breakfast, the senior slideshow, and yearbook distribution. Grad night is Friday, May 20th at California Adventure, and of course, graduation is on May 26th. Thank you, and I will be happy to answer any questions if you have them now.
I have a question.
Yes.
As someone with a giant lemon tree in her backyard, when is you said April 22nd through 29th? Mm-hmm. How do I get more information?
Okay, you can go onto the borough's website.
Okay.
The borough's website, and if you scroll down on like the homepage, it's gonna have a flyer for it.
Sweet.
And there are 3 locations. I think it's like people's houses that are near BHS, JBHS, and Muir.
Perfect. Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you so much.
Followed by our gentleman from Monterey High School, Owen. There was Evan first, wasn't it? And now we replaced by Owen. Thank you, Owen Vivado, which is right here in front of me.
Good evening, Board President Tabbitt, distinguished members of the board, Superintendent Hill, district staff, and our audience. We recently started our quarter here at Monterey about 5 weeks ago with tons of school spirit. Monterey ASB is getting ready for graduation and the end of the school year. This month we are making sure that students order their cap and gowns and know about prom tickets to the other home schools. We had another Spirit Week and we sold springgrams that week. Very successful. And a while ago we also had a volleyball tournament. I am also very pleased to report that my team won. We beat Mr. Geyer's team, so that's an even better win. Mrs. Weaver's team unfortunately came in with last place, but she is determined to have a redo and reclaim her title. SBAC testing will be beginning the week of the 25th, which is next week, and Miss Weaver is also working with counselors at each school site to help facilitate our transfers. We have a lot of students who made up their missing credits and would like to go back to their home school. We also need to make sure that we have enough time to transfer more students to Monterey if they do, unfortunately, fail to the start of next school year. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? I'm happy to answer. Of course.
Thank you. Now we can move to 10 requests to address the board. An individual or group representative present this evening may address the Board of Education on any agenda item by completing a white request card and turning it to Ms. Clark. Speakers are requested to state their name prior to speaking to the board. Not more than 5 minutes may be allotted to each speaker, except by unanimous consent of the Board of Education. The superintendent may refer the matter to the proper department for review. The district is providing alternatives to in-person attendance for viewing and participating. Any individual or group representative may address the Board of Education on any agenda item or subject within its jurisdiction during one of the 3 public comment sections. And it's my understanding that this evening we have no virtual speakers. So I'll not read that part and just move right on to calling some names and hearing from folks. The first speaker this evening is Polly Stenberg, followed by Melissa Walden.
Good evening, everyone. I am Polly Stenberg, and my pronouns are she, her. Good evening to members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Hill, wherever you are, administrators, classified staff, teachers, parents, caregivers, and extended family who make up our community. I am speaking tonight both personally and on behalf of the Destiny Education Project Board. Personally, I want to extend first a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Agakanian for speaking at my children's elementary school in honor of Armenian History Month. Both of my children, ages 7 and 9, were deeply impacted by your visit. Your visit and discussion of Armenian history prompted incredibly meaningful conversations in our home that evening. Thank you so much for sharing with them and our school community in that way. I want to extend another heartfelt thank you to Dr. Weisberg for attending the second pilot run of the Destiny Education Project's peer-to-peer reading program at Providencia Elementary. It really means a lot to students to see that school board members are interested in and invested in them. Thank you so much. We hope to have the opportunity to include each school board member in future programs of reading with the Destiny Education Project. Moving on, I would like to express our organizational support for the adoption of resolutions 33 through 30 and 39 on the agenda tonight. Regarding the various days and weeks of recognition, the Destiny Education Project has spent several months organizing specific ways to express appreciation to district staff in all of the CSEA job families. In addition to the jobs being acknowledged by the board at tonight's meeting, we are excited to spend the week of May 16 to 20 in recognition of all CSEA members working in accounting, clerical and technology, instructional assistants and yard supervisors, library coordinators, food service staff, grounds and building trades, custodians, and all other auxiliary support staff. We are very present to the interconnected web of these jobs in relationship to our school community, and we are so grateful and humbled by Destiny's call to action for greater levels of acknowledgement of all district staff. Especially near and dear to Destiny, who could not be here tonight, is Custodian Appreciation Day, which we will be celebrating on May 20th. Destiny is encouraging the entire school community to reach out to their respective schools and facilities and offer notes of thanks and gestures of kindness to this incredible group of people who have been working overtime to keep our shared spaces clean. In my capacity as board member of the Destiny Education Project, I am also here to share about our advocacy and support for Senator Portantino's Bill SB 830. In our organizational letter of support to the State Senate Standing Committee on Education, we stated our support for the language as written in BUSD Board Resolution 29 in support of SB 830. Following yesterday's committee hearing, the Destiny Education Project Board met to consider the potential fiscal impact of the added $5.8 million to Burbank Unified. Having attended this year's LCAP meetings and the board study session on foundations, the Destiny Education Project has been keenly interested in how the district can secure a steady stream of state funding for DEI work. As the Destiny Education Project grows, we are balancing between developing internal programs as well as advocating for and supporting district programs. It has become clear to our board that the scale of financial resources that the district needs to realize its DEI goals must be built into an ongoing funding infrastructure for the district. Given that the district would be required to use at least 50% of its supplemental educational funding if SB 30 passes, to supplement existing local agency expenditures to address chronic absenteeism and habitual truancy, it is significant from our perspective that these expenditures be considered within a DEI framework of engagement as outlined in Board Policy 0415 regarding equity. The 9 measures identified in BP 0415 as strategies designed to promote equity in district programs and activities may be used to understand and inform the underlying causes and negative outcomes of chronic absenteeism and habitual truancy, as is called for in SB 830. To that end, a strong case could be made for using $2.9 million, 50% of SB 830 funding, for the continuation of existing DEI contracts and the creation of a permanent DEI department with a team of trained personnel to help implement these measures at each school site. Additional and specifically trained DEI personnel would be able to work with the existing academic growth and support team to consider chronic absenteeism interventions through a DEI lens. In response to the forthcoming DEI survey data and in response to the forthcoming report shared from the academic growth and support team in May. In BP 0415, the board and district commit to, quote, eliminating inequitable practices and cultivating the unique gifts, talents, and interests of every child to end the predictive value of social or cultural factors such as race, ethnicity, class, sexual identity, sexual orientation, or gender on student success. We have an opportunity with funding from SB 830 to support all of our existing programs from mental health resources, 2 sentences left, family services, academic interventions, food services, and more with a DEI team well-versed and trained in each of these areas. As a nonprofit board, the Destiny Education Project would like to express our enormous gratitude to all members of the board for your commitment to equity in BP 0415 and to Superintendent Dr. Hill and DEI consultant Stephanie McCoy for their special roles in this work to date.
Thank you. That was,
Thank you.
Melissa Walden, followed by Darla Gerharder.
I'm super nervous, so I'm going to do my absolute best. Okay?
Don't be nervous. Don't
Good
be.
evening. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Melissa Walden. I am an RSP teacher at John Muir Middle School. I've been working for Burbank Unified for the past 6 years. At my site, I've been involved in working with students who have a wide range of learning, cognitive, and emotional disabilities. My role as a special education teacher involves wearing many hats to help students access the curriculum as well as fulfilling other duties of my position as a case manager, which is required by the district. In my position, I'm not only a teacher planning lessons and curriculum for students, I also fulfill several designated duties, most of which are completed outside of my contracted hours. I am an ongoing case manager who is scheduling, writing, holding IEPs, sometimes holding multiple IEPs for one student, collecting data to write IEPs, making and dispersing copies and completing signed IEPs, completed and signed IEPs to the district office, filing them in the queue, sending it home to the parent, as well as dispersing it to the whole team. Communicating with parents, providing support for teachers, collaborating with teachers regarding my students on my caseload, sending out IEPs at a glance and sending new ones, assessing students for triennial reviews or initials to see if they qualify for special education, writing academic reports, lesson planning and accommodating assignments for students' individual needs and differentiated instruction, collaboration with related service providers, goal tracking with legitimate data, charting data, progress reports, and I know I'm missing something, but you get the point. It is really a lot of responsibilities that we have. The special education program at MIR helps students not only access the curriculum, but also promotes confidence, ingenuity, critical thought, and the desire to learn. Due to the severe time constraint I have as a special education teacher, most of the paperwork I do is between 3 to 7 p.m. on weekdays and at least one weekend day, 4 to 5 hours, depending on what's going on. We as special education teachers are so passionate about what we do that we really haven't stopped to think about how burned out we really are until right now. We absolutely need more time to do our jobs with fidelity. Since we have many different positions in one, certain areas falter and errors are made. If we spend our valuable time planning and differentiating amazing lessons for our students to access and learn from, the paperwork side does not get completed and deadlines are not met. Since we are so dedicated to our students, we make sure to devote our time to ensuring that they are accessing the curriculum and receiving the various supports that they need. In turn, we can't cast our paperwork aside, so instead we work after hours and on weekends, like I said. But how do we solve this catch-22 of being tugged so many different directions? Well, it seems simple enough. Give special education teachers more time to fulfill the 3 positions that they were required to fit into just one position. More time would help us provide more differentiated lessons, more support and guidance for our students as they struggle to bridge the gap between, or academic gap between themselves and general education students. More time would also help special education teachers complete the long laundry list that we have regarding the other 2 roles we have as case managers and secretaries. Giving us more time will also help with our work-life balance and overall positively affect our morale. In turn, this will allow us to make less mistakes and communicate more with parents, making them feel more confident with the services that we're providing. Other areas that need to be addressed are smaller caseloads for speech pathologists so that they can do their job with fidelity as well. Also, a cap on special education classes with no more than 15 students, as most of the time, especially I teach English, so most of the time my students need one-on-one support. So having any more than 15, it gets a little crazy, and then they lose out on what we need to give them. A smaller student-teacher ratio is beneficial because students, again, have better access to the support to help promote understanding and master of material. Now I'm going to gush about how amazing my students are. Just before spring break and state testing, I am proud to tell you that my students made a huge milestone in their lives. They got up, this is my 8th graders, they got up in front of class and delivered speeches about what they are truly passionate about in life. This might seem like not a big deal for some, but for my students that came to me at the beginning of the year, thinking they were not capable, am I done? Oh, sorry. Thinking they were not capable of being able to do that because of their disability. Sorry. This is huge. Despite feeling shy and vulnerable, they knew they were in a safe place in my classroom and at John Muir. And honestly, I was nervous to come here, but that I thought about how amazing they were. I was like, I got to get up there, you know? So they pushed through their feelings and shined, all of them beaming with pride as they conquered with a challenge of not only writing a speech, but presenting it in front of class. It's milestones like this that remind me of why I teach and why I push through the extra time I put in after hours, to make sure that I don't let the ball drop, as they are the most important part of all my roles as a special education teacher. Please recognize the need for additional resources for special education students so that they can continue to help them grow, or we can continue to help them grow and succeed as they make their journey out of school into the ever-changing world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melissa. Darla Gerharder, followed by Crystal Moran.
Good evening, President Tabbitt, members of the board, Dr. Hill, BUSD staff, fellow teachers, and all others in attendance. My name is Darla Gerharder. I started working for BUSD in 1999 and have spent most of my career as an elementary resource specialist teacher, so RSP, in the elementary. I'm in my first year as a second and third grade special day class teacher at Providencia. I love my new position and school, so why am I here? Several years ago, I participated in the SPED Master Plan Committee, and many requests and concerns were brought up, such as weighted caseloads, planning time, and curriculum. These same concerns exist today. I'm here tonight to campaign for positive changes to ensure equity for our special education teachers, speech pathologists, special education staff, and students. Please support and recommend approval of BTA's proposal on Article 31. Your support means special education teachers will have manageable class sizes. SDC teachers, or special day class, second grade and up will have just 2 grade levels instead of 3 or even 4 grade levels. SDC and RSP teachers will have at least 1 instructional assistant. This means every teacher and student has the opportunity for an equitable learning experience. Without an instructional assistant, it is often impossible to appropriately differentiate instruction to our diverse population of students. Teachers are often forced to group students to meet instructional minutes rather than instructional needs. With an instructional assistant, smaller groups can be formed during the same period, allowing for more appropriate groupings. Itinerant and half-time teachers have some of the most challenging obstacles. They are often the teachers without an instructional assistant. This impacts their ability to differentiate instruction and be efficient in their jobs with the limited time they have on campus. Having an instructional assistant will reduce some of these barriers. This is a win-win for both students and teachers. Guaranteed planning time is also essential. Special education teachers should have, at a minimum, the same planning time as general education teachers. As an RSP teacher, I wasn't given the PE planning time that the 4th and 5th grade teachers had. In fact, I lost my planning time for every IEP held at 8 a.m., 2:30, 3 o'clock, or during the school day. Planning time during our working hours helps teachers maintain balanced lives. This keeps us fresh and ready to meet our students' needs every day. As an elementary RSP teacher, I had a legal caseload of 28 and often more students beyond my caseload. I simultaneously taught 6th grade levels, K through 5. If you're at a school with a TK, that means 7 grade levels. This would be impossible without a full-time instructional assistant. Having an assistant allows me the ability to support multiple grade levels in the same period while providing appropriate differentiated instruction to meet our students' needs. Having an instructional assistant also allows for continued student support while attending many of the IEPs, staff meetings, and assessment sessions held during instructional hours. Reduction and adherence to a smaller caseload will result in better outcome for our students. TK through 3rd general education teachers have a maximum class size of 24. I'm teaching special ed, and I have more than they do. More conferences, more reports, all of that. Why should an RSP teacher have a caseload of 28 or more? The ever-increasing demand to meet legal requirements, deal with litigious cases, and still meet the needs of our diverse students is overwhelming. Appropriate class sizes, manageable caseloads, guaranteed planning time, and full-time instructional assistants will help make jobs manageable and allow teachers to do what we do best, provide the best differentiated instruction to meet our students' needs. Please support special education teachers and speech pathologists, and of course our students, by supporting BTA's contract proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Darla. Our next speaker is Crystal Myron. Am I pronouncing? Miron. Thank you. Followed by Amelia Hernandez.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Hill. My name is Crystal Miron, and I teach the TK and kindergarten students in the Stepping Stones program at Stevenson Elementary. By the way, I've been teaching there for 6 years, and I love it, love it. So Stepping Stones is the only special education program serving children TK to 5th grade with moderate to severe disabilities in the Burbank Unified School District. Common diagnoses of our students in our program include autism spectrum disorder, Down syndrome, and intellectual disabilities, but we have a very diverse population and serve children with a wide variety of qualifying conditions. Some of you have had the opportunity to visit our classrooms recently and see our amazing students playing, learning, just like any other students do. You would have also seen that in order to provide our students with the same kind of opportunities as their general education peers, many resources are required. Creating these therapeutic spaces and educational opportunities isn't just something we are passionate about, it is also mandated by federal law. Some of the resources required for these classrooms include sensory equipment, assistive technology, alternative curriculum, specialized training, and of course, our staff. It would not be possible to appropriately serve our students without adequate staffing. Our students need support for emotional regulation, social skills practice, communication management of aggressive and self-injurious behaviors, and toileting. I'm going to say that again. And this is not a comprehensive list by any means. When we are understaffed, it is impossible to teach. When we are understaffed, we are dedicated entirely to making sure our students are safe and clean. And when we are understaffed, as teachers, we typically give up our breaks and our lunches to maintain a foundational level of functioning. Students miss out on their learning and teachers get burnt out. This year, we have been understaffed consistently, and when our staff members must be absent from the classroom, we almost never get subs for them. Recently, we reached out to our union, the Burbank Teachers Association, and to as many district members as we could to find and amplify our message that we need help. In response, we have received some more help, and we are grateful. We are still short-staffed most days, but we are heartened to see the effort to help us get the support we need. While these short-term efforts are appreciated by the entire program, some persistent issues still need to be addressed. Number one, the Stepping Stones program needs to be supported by the district staff. Agency staff is expensive, and they cannot help with important needs such as toileting. Number two, we need subs for DTTs and health aides. There should never be a scenario in which an aide is absent and there is no coverage for them. In the best of scenarios, this means that the access to learning is limited for one or more students. In the worst case scenario, students cannot even come to school because we're not providing the required support. Please understand when one-to-one support is written into a student's IEP, which is a legal document, it is not optional. They must have their one-to-one support. Number three, our class must be limited to a reasonable number of students. Currently, the district has an understanding that no more than 12 students will be placed in each Stepping Stones classroom. But this number is unreasonable. Even if we increase the number of support staff in the room to manage that many kids, it is the responsibility of the teacher to case manage all of those students and to design, implement, and track their academic programs. An appropriate number of students per classroom in a program such as Stepping Stones is 8. Number four, we as an entire vertical track of moderate to severe programs from TK through FACS deserve to have someone at the district office who has a deep understanding of our needs. We need someone who can answer our unique questions and support us on every level. There used to be a program specialist position that was loosely serving that purpose, but that position is now eliminated. We are still here, we still need support, and we need this program specialist to be there at the district office, dedicated to us and to the most involved students in the district. Stepping Stones is special in the district, and not just because of our amazing students. We have worked hard to create a safe, supportive, developmentally appropriate, and academically stimulating program for the district's most unique learners. Our aim is to create a model elementary moderate to severe program, one upon which other districts may look when they endeavor to improve their own such programs. Please consider our needs as you think about BTA negotiations for special education as a whole. We are a program that the district can be proud of, and we need your help to continue our work. Thank you.
Thank you. Amelia Hernandez, followed by Cassidy Gavin.
It's Amalia.
Amalia. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and district administration. My name is Dr. Amalia Hernandez. I've been a speech-language pathologist for BUSD for the past 2 years at Bret Harte Elementary. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself and one of my colleagues, Shannon Arenell. I've spoken a lot recently about the needs to create manageable and sustainable workloads for our SLPs, specifically those that work with our most impacted populations, students at LEAP, Stepping Stones, and Bridges. You've heard the data about caseload numbers, hours of work beyond our contract hours, and overall difficulty recruiting and retaining qualified SLPs. Shannon shared with me the following statement. I became a speech-language pathologist because I love children, and I want to help as many as I could to find their voice. I choose the schools because I believe in public education, and I wanted to give quality therapy to families who may not be able to afford private therapists. I also chose it because of the hours. It's important to have a job that allows me to get off at the same time as my children, so I can give them the time and attention they deserve. As a mother of 2 beautiful daughters, sadly there are many days I have to stay after work for IEPs and triennials. Between January and March of this year, I had 26 after-school meetings. The time spent after contract hours affects our entire home schedule. I have to pay for childcare even though I do not get compensated for the hours I spend at work. I will always be proud to be an employee of this district. I just ask that the time SLPs spend past our work hours away from our families can be considered by this board. I myself would also like to share tonight why. Why is it so critical that the district invest in our programs? I've worked as a speech-language pathologist for the past 10 years and in education for the past 18 years. I've been on different staffs at multiple sites in different roles. I have never worked with a SPED team as dedicated and cohesive as the one at Bret Harte. Starting with Martha Walter, our principal, to our SPED teachers, Cassidy's here, the related service providers and classroom staff, our team is amazing. Exclamation point. We're also stretched too thin. We have lost members of our team because the workload is too much. It's not fair that such talented and compassionate educators should have to choose between the students and families they love working with and their own health and well-being because the district is not willing to support our students and staff at the level they require. It's not enough for the district to say that they do not have money to fund our SPED programs and students. This is not negotiable. These services are legally required. If we took a proactive stance and worked together to think creatively about services and programs, we could be great. I love working with my LEAP students and families. This is why I am a speech pathologist. I shouldn't have to consider switching schools or leaving my kids just because the workload is unmanageable. The district has a history of being reactionary instead of proactive. For example, we have been far over caseload numbers across various sites since the beginning of the year. The district's solution has consistently been to provide MPA folks to cover the overflow, usually starting in April or May. I got help last Friday. This is unacceptable. It's just not good practice. We should be hiring now for district SLPs to start in fall so we can hire the cream of the crop, not patching up caseloads with NPA staff. We should be looking at the needs of our students at our sites and start the year with extra support knowing that caseload numbers will grow. We should be systematically monitoring workloads for SLPs and adjusting as needed along the way. We should be looking at creative and innovative ways to provide services that might be more out of the box, but really do address student needs. Board members and district administrators, I challenge you to become a district of true equity and excellence for all our students. Let's be proactive to create a special education program that is exemplary. We need to do more for our SPED population and our staff that support their education. As the Supreme Court case Andrew versus Douglas County School District stated, the minimum is not enough. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Cassidy Gavin, followed by Nicole DeBrecki.
Hello, my name is Cassidy Gavin, and I'm actually speaking on behalf of another SLP at a different school site. Her name is Christine Rogg, and she writes, "Good evening, my name is Christine Rogg, and I am a speech and language pathologist at Stevenson Elementary. I've been in the district, specifically at Stevenson, for 9 years, not to mention that I'm also a product of BUSD, Roosevelt, Luther, and JBHS. At my site, I have been involved in the Stepping Stone program, which services students who are moderately to severely delayed across a variety of domains, including cognition, motor, and speech and language. These students have a varying degree of speech and language needs, ranging from nonverbal, low verbal, to verbal. At this time, there are 17 out of 33 students who are using augmentative alternative communication, or an AAC device, or materials to access their curriculum and make their daily needs known to adults. For these students to advance in their education, these AAC resources are vital. It's part of my training and continued education to assess each student for their specific needs, obtain the device, program the device, and then train teachers, staff, and parents on how to use the device. Implementing the use of these devices takes a lot of time and effort. The staff in these classrooms have most likely never seen programs like these and need support with the classroom day to help the students learn how to use their communication device. It is imperative that SLPs that are at sites where AAC device use is high, that their caseloads be reduced to support the student and class more effectively. Dr. Weisberg, you got to see firsthand the use of AAC device in the classroom, and I hope you saw the value that it brings to each student who has been provided with the treatment time to learn how to use the device effectively. The hours spent training the teachers and the classroom and the staff in the classroom. The BTA's proposals will have a positive impact. More time for IEP and assessments, including AAC assessments and implementation. Lower speech and language pathologist caseload, especially at sites with with specialized programs like SEED, LEAP, Stepping Stones, Bridges, DHH. Planning time equivalent to the general education teacher. I have countless stories on the positive impact that the use of AAC has created in the classroom and at home for these students. I have the opportunity to give a student a voice in their word. One time a student spelled "I love you" at the end of a speech session and smiled at me. This is priceless. A student who cannot use his physical voice was able to express himself now. The look on the student's face when they requested for their favorite item with a picture or voice output device and received it is priceless. Please support additional resources for SPED students. They deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassidy. So Nicole Drebecki, followed by Heather Good.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, district and staff. My name is Nicole Drebecki. I am a PE teacher at Dolores Huerta, but I am not speaking for myself tonight. I'm speaking for my colleague, Rachel Silverstein Moran. She's a special ed teacher at Dolores Huerta. Good evening. My name is Rachel Moran. I am a 27-year employee at the Burbank Unified School District. I have spent my entire career as a special education teacher at Dolores Huerta, formerly Jordan. Over the course of my teaching career, the workload of special education teachers has tripled. Each case manager at our site averages the legal limit of 28 students, all of which require extensive time writing IEPs, behavior plans, addendums, and having a variety of associate meetings with parents, psychologists, administrators, teachers, and students. Most parents require between 1 and 2 IEPs or conferences per year. Some, as in a high-profile case manager, can be responsible for 5 or more meetings for that one individual student. At DHMS, we have many such students. I have 3 students who require multiple meetings with parents to facilitate an IEP that can be agreed upon by all parties. Each IEP can take upwards of 5 hours to complete. That includes collecting documentation, writing the reports, creating the IEP document, speaking to parents before meeting for input, chasing down teachers to get documentation for the IEP, and actually holding the meeting, which is done during our conference period. If a student is having a triennial review, a separate multidisciplinary report needs to be created with the input from other service providers, including speech, OT, adaptive PE, and school psychologists. If the student has an outside service provider, the case manager is often responsible for contacting that person as well for input. Each case manager is also responsible for a triennial IEP to test the student using several testing protocols. This could be the Woodcock-Johnson 4, which is 13 subsets given, which can take 2 to 3 conference periods to administer depending upon the accuracy of the student's answers. The tests of oral written language, which is also called a TOWL4, on average takes a full conference period to administer, even though the test itself is 20 minutes due to instructions, setup, and directions. And possibly the Kaufman test of educational achievement, KTEA, which is given for a student who is failing into a gray area which may no longer qualify for services. This is a double check test, although some schools give it as a first test in the TOWL 4. Not all case managers assign to their own caseload of students, but as new students transfer in, they are often required a transfer IEP, which requires all the above steps, including meeting the parents and conducting the meeting. Then the student is placed on the case manager's caseload and is now the responsibility. Several times during the year, a general education teacher or parent will ask a student to be tested for a learning challenge. This occurs once the current SPED teachers are required to do all the above, including all the testing and writing of reports. Then they need to meet with parents as part of the team and determine if the student qualifies for services. We deal with lawyers and advocates and parents all during our conference period. Many of my colleagues take work home to complete since we have access to the SPED program at home. We are each responsible for meeting the special education assistants on a rotating basis. Also, during our conference period, to confer with them about the students we did not see in our classes but are on our caseload. We go into classes of general education teachers and collect observational data on students as well as track progress on grades. We complete both regular grade report cards and set a second set of report cards that are goal related to the IEP. These are generated 4 times a year. While the general education teachers complete their report cards 8 times per year, we must generate an additional 4 goal-specific IEP progress reports. This requires talking to teachers during our conferences to see that our students are meeting the goals and objectives. During this time of the year, we also complete the transitional IEPs for incoming 5th graders and outgoing 8th graders. This requires us to spend several days in meetings with teachers from our school sites so we can properly program our new students. We need additional prep time, a larger stipend, and the respect we deserve of educators and most needy students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nicole. We have Heather Good, who's also here on behalf of someone else.
Yes.
And then we'll follow with Barbara Perry. Yes.
Hi, I'm Heather Good. I work at the Independent Learning Academy. She'll tell you in a second. Esteemed Board of Education members, I apologize for not being able to be present this evening and want to thank my fellow union members for speaking on my behalf. You're welcome. My name is Erin Barish, and I had to make sure I said that correctly. Erin Barish, and I have had the honor of serving our district as a Mod Severe special education teacher at John Burroughs High School in the Independent Living Skills program for over 21 years. I understand that our moderate severe special education students do not make up a sizable percentage of the overall student population. Despite this, my students deserve the best education that we can provide, and we can only do that if we are able to provide them with the best practices in education available. One of the absolute best ways that we can better serve our students is through maintaining small class sizes. Based on best practices in special education cited by the California Teachers Association, moderate severe special education classes should be capped with a maximum of 6 to 8 students. We have been lucky in recent years to have smaller class sizes, but with numbers increasing in the next couple of years with student matriculation, our program size will be on the rise. Our program is expected to grow from current numbers by 38% next year, 46% the year after that, and 62% 3 years from now. I believe that firm caps on special education classes, especially moderate severe special education classes, is the most important piece of the special education article that the BTA Bargaining Committee is bringing forward. Please take this into consideration when making decisions regarding the special education article in the new contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Barbara Perry, followed by Kate Bailey.
Hi there, this is take two for me. I was here at 6 o'clock, so I'm here, happy to be here at 7. And hi, thank you for all supporting me today, BCA. And I'm here as a team member with the district office, as well with the district and the board members, and also my special education district office members, because they've been highly supportive. Paulette and Leslie and Adriana, as well as the whole team. So I'm not here to diss special education district. I'm here to support us as a district office team and as a site team and as a board team. So hi, my name is Barbara Perry, and I teach Algebra 1A and B and Earth-Based Science at the basic level at Burbank High School in the special education class. And I've been working with Burbank for 4 years now, and I'm enjoying being part of the Special Education Master Plan meeting with Dr. Koss, and I'm optimistic about our opportunities as a site, department, and district. I'm speaking here tonight to the board and the district as a team to agree to the proposals in front of you for all of our special education teachers in Burbank. Your special education teachers in Burbank Unified School Districts our district are consistently and diligently working extremely hard. We as the district need to retain the staff we have to build a strong special education department and team for the future. We have 5 to 6 new special education teachers at Burbank High, and I'm excited about team building. I'm excited about the camaraderie and assisting our students together to grow, to really serve our students well, to practice best practices, and to really work together effectively at the site and with our district and board teams. First, I'd like to invite each of you to my classroom at Burbank High School. You're more than welcome to come anytime unannounced. I'm in room 2207, and join my class, second period's best, with my 9th graders. And currently in my second period class, Algebra 1A, a special education academic instruction setting, a special education class, which is supposed to be a smaller academic setting, this is what the IEP basically says. I would love for you all to come be a part of our class. Even though the class size is large, you're always welcome. You can buddy up with a student for a day. Recently, I had a colleague let me know that there was not a cap to special education classes, and we'll see what happens next year. I responded with, no, you're right, there's not a cap. That is right. But what is best practice? I teach 22 students with a range of unique learning styles in a collaborative setting with our 3 students who are deaf and hard of hearing. So a total of 25 students with my DHH teaching colleague and DHH paraprofessional, rapidly working with their 3 students, interpreting vocabulary and concepts in algebra, also a different language. The students know Spanish ASL or Spanish Sign Language. So they're working hard on the side. Currently, I don't have a teaching assistant, a paraprofessional assigned to me. This brings me to my first point. My period 2 class size is too large. 25 students in a special education class, algebra at that, is too large. I provided a solution for the 22-23 school year. I've emailed 2 class lists to our department, 2 lists of our students, 2 classes that are leveled to the students' needs. These classes next year will be Algebra 1B, and they need to be created into 2 classes for the 22-23 school years, which is 12 in one class and 13 in another, with the space for flexibility for 3 to 4 additional students to join the class throughout the year. I'm really hoping I'm heard. Also, from the Center of Harvard Education Research, as from the East Coast to the West Coast, to UCLA's Educational Studies and Informational Programs, there are studies that support the benefits to our students for smaller class sizes. This is important to our students, our parents, our team as a district. We need to benefit our students that are most impacted by learning disabilities and different disabilities. So there's a lot of research out there for our students. I can provide that to you as well. My second point is planning time. Enough time on the job during the school day to do our job. Currently, I have 25 students in this Algebra 1A class. No, excuse me. Currently, I have 25 students to case manage. That means to hold their annuals, get input for general ed teachers, do testing, develop their triennials, initials, and progress reports 4 times a year. And if you just yield to me a couple minutes, if that's my timer buzzer, I'm almost done.
We had a speaker go over by about a minute, so I would say that that's the limit that I would be willing to entertain.
Thank you.
No worries to the speaker that went over a minute, just saying.
Thank you. So I have to do progress reports 4 times a year. So on top of this year, COVID, and all the transitions there and all that comes with COVID, changes in placement to ILA, different settings require additional planning, coordinating schedules, and another amendment. Also, there are transition testing, post-secondary planning for the students' career goals, and that need to be conducted. We also to make sure there are accommodations in 6 classes are working for them, and it is a lot. If we do not work late in the evening and on the weekends, we will be behind. Burbank Unified School District special education teachers don't have enough time in their school day during the job to get the job done. We need one planning period for curriculum planning because, yes, we are teaching and planning a scope of sequence of instruction for my 3 different prep periods. I have 3 different classes. I started with 5 prep periods. As well, we need a planning period for our IEP caseloads, all the tasks assigned to us, and more time. It takes more time than people realize. All the
Thank you.
I'm
Sorry,
done.
I gave you, yeah.
Oh, man, okay.
You were doing great, but
the final point that I'd like to make is that there's 25 kids on my caseload.
thank you.
So thank you very much, and thanks for teaming up with me to pass the proposals.
We will see you. Kate Bailey, followed by Tracy Sorensen.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Hill, and I'm hiding behind the signs over there. Members of the district and staff, my esteemed colleagues, and all the other members of people that are attending today. My name is Kate Bailey, and I'm a 4th grade teacher at Providencia Elementary School. I am celebrating my 25th year at Burbank Unified this year. I would like to speak tonight about the lack of PE teachers for 4th and 5th grade students. I realize that the district has been working with a committee to find solutions for the planning time that has been taken away from us by removing our PE teachers. Planning time is obviously, you've been listening to everyone, it's extremely important to all of us for many reasons, planning everything. I don't think there's a teacher who ever has worked from 8 to 3, or whatever their contract hours are. And I welcome and appreciate any attempts to restore that to us. However, I mostly want to speak about the need for PE teachers for our students. Not only is physical education mandated by the state, it is vital to our students' mental and physical health. We all have heard about the need for physical wellness, but mental health and social emotional health is just as important, especially considering what we've just been surviving for the last couple of years. And PE supports both. I can be a PE teacher, learn the standards, and teach the standards. What I am not is an athlete or an expert in this field. In fact, anyone that knows me will tell you that I am an absolute klutz. I can't even tell you. And the divots on I fall all the time. So I literally trip and fall all the time, walk into things. I'm not a professional sportster. Our students need trained, educated specialists to teach PE to them well. It would not make sense for me to teach violin to students when I don't know how to play a violin. I can learn the standards, I understand the concept, but I don't know how to play a violin, so I'm not going to be a very good model. Me tripping on the field, it's not working. I've been relegated to timing them for running. I have to stand in one place. That's my job at PE. So I think that it's just really important that the same goes for PE. Students need experts, professional trained people to teach them expertly if we really want to foster their social, emotional, and physical well-being. And I appreciate your time. And I know that you're making efforts to try and redeem this, but we really need our PE teachers back for our kids and their health. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Tracy Sorensen, followed by Shannon Arenal.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Tracy Sorensen. I teach second grade at Jefferson, but today I'm here to speak for Dina Beal. And she says, ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for your time tonight. For the first 14 years of my career as a general education teacher, I taught all levels of science from animal care classes with students with disabilities on IEPs and AP biology and chemistry also with students with disabilities on IEPs. As a general education teacher working with students on IEPs, I was always in contact with the special education teachers managing their cases. I inquired about accommodations, goals, and I also sat on numerous IEP meetings as the general education teacher over those 14 years. I thought I had a clear understanding about the spectrum of students who were on IEPs and what a special education teacher does. I now know as a first-year special education teacher that I had no idea all the work of a special education teacher and the little amount of time that they have to do it all in. When I decided to get my master's in special education, I thought I had a clear understanding of what special education teachers do. I admired the special education teachers I worked with. I loved watching them work with students on IEPs and enjoyed learning from them. This year, my 15th year as an educator, my first year as a new special education teacher, it has been clear to me more than ever that I did not understand fully all the duties and responsibilities of a special education teacher. This has been the hardest year of my career because I have no time to do all the things I'm expected to do as a special education teacher and a classroom teacher. I have had many tears to and from work, long calls with my amazing teacher mentor, and countless phone calls with our special education coordinator about how to juggle all the things. Overall, special education teachers do the job of two teachers, but are not compensated as such. We should be paid for a point 2 as a compensation for our extra hours we put in after contract hours, or we should have more time during the day to complete all the things that we are expected to do. When people ask me how I like my new position, I often compare it to having a baby for the first time. This might seem like an odd thing to compare being a special education teacher to, but people think that they understand what it's like to be a new mom before they become one, but we really do not. We do not fully grasp all the things new parents go through. With sleepless nights, the phases, doctor appointments, and the fatigue we feel, but we still love our new role as the new mom. This is like being a SPED teacher. Others think they understand everything SPED teacher does, and the meetings and the paperwork and the communication and all the other clerical duties of SPED teacher does. But unless you are in it, like being a new mom, it is like being a SPED teacher. I'm not sure I got that right, sorry. You do not fully understand the responsibilities of being a special education teacher, but we do love the job. As a special education teacher, I do not have enough time to do all my classroom teacher responsibilities, plus all of my special education responsibilities. Most general education teachers don't have enough time to do all the duties with one planning period per day. Now add an extra duty that has endless amounts of paperwork, communication with teachers, parents, administrators, school psychs, outside agencies, and anyone else that is part of the federal IEP process. We must test students during our planning time, and we must present our IEPs during our plan time. We must write our IEPs during our planning time. We also must plan for our multiple preps we are expected to teach and the experts at it. I am not compensated enough for all of the things I do between being a special education teacher and a classroom teacher with 4 different classes, nor do I have enough time to fully do all of my duties of what is expected of me. Naturally, something suffers. Some weeks it might be my mental health, my actual health, my classroom responsibilities, or an IEP that needs to be written. Special education teachers are not compensated enough in Burbank, nor given enough time to fulfill our duties with fidelity. Please start helping us do our jobs better by giving us the time we need to fulfill both the positions we are expected to do. Thank you for your time and consideration, Dina Beal.
Thank you, Dina, and Tracy, thank you. Shannon Aronell, followed by,
I think she may have left because another speaker spoke on her behalf.
Oh, no, I'm speaking on somebody else's behalf. I just wrote that to Amalia. It's okay. But I was asked when I arrived, like, can you speak? And I'm like, I don't want to, but I did. So, dear board, no worries.
sorry,
Board
one
members?
second. The
Yes.
speaker after you will be Brian Zimmerman.
Okay, I couldn't hear you over my heart.
No.
My name is Shannon Aronell. I'm a speech-language pathologist for Burbank, and I'm with the SEED program, the preschool special needs. I want to let you know that we do 3 team assessments per week, and they're all qualifying. Like, this is my 11th year, and it's incredible. So they're moving to our district because our special educators are so incredible, I believe, and our district is awesome. So I'm reading this for Julie Levi, our RSP teacher at Stevenson, who cannot be here today. As a resource teacher, my position is a little different from the self-contained classroom special education teachers, but I wanted to give insight into what elementary special ed teachers do. As an elementary RSP teacher, we support student success in general education with both pushing in and pulling out students in our classroom for short durations. When we pull them for services to adjust their disability, we do so with an eye towards grade level expectations and standards. We work with the general education teachers to provide accommodations and remediation for students. Sometimes we work with almost every teacher in the school from kindergarten to 5th grade when we need to be familiar with all of the grade level standards from K to 5th. We work with a school psychologist to administer initial and triennial assessments and prepare the reports to share with parents. At Stevenson, we can assess approximately 30 students per year, and the process is done individually. For each student, it takes many hours to complete, as we all know. In addition to our 28 listed on our caseload, we also assess for these initial evaluations. RSP teachers work with parents, some with whom are struggling with understanding their children's learning disability, which we are. We're also like therapists, really, as special educators. In our role as case manager, we write IEPs. We recommend goals, services, and accommodations for students. RSP teachers work with classroom teachers, administrators, and parents to provide special education support services for the students on our caseload. At my site, I support our curriculum specialist by the SBAC testing by using my room for proctoring all students with separate setting accommodations. It also includes my 504 student plans, and I love being part of this and really enjoy providing support to my students and to my colleagues however I can. This is Julie. I mentioned this all because people who don't work with elementary school students are unaware of the role an elementary arts teacher has. We work really hard and wear hot hats not typically worn by other teachers. The best part of my job is also the most challenging, customizing the support services to reach each student where they are at that moment in time with an eye towards academic and social emotional growth. This is why we need your support as Article 31 with a special ed article. That's it. Thank you. I talk with my hands a lot.
Thank you, Shannon. Next is Brian Zimmerman, followed by Patricia Godoy. Tara's, that's the last one.
Boy, am I going to be a left turn from what you've heard so far tonight. So let me start off by saying God bless our educators. I appreciate everything that you do, your passion, your dedication. God bless you all. So with that, good evening. My name is Brian Zimmerman. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I appreciate even more that you moved up the time so we can do this sooner rather than later. This is generally my bedtime. We're up at 4 in the morning, so I appreciate it, and I appreciate your service as well. So we live across the street from R.L. Stevenson, and we've had 2 kids attend the school. Wonderful facility. And we continue to volunteer and donate to the school long after our kids have left. We watch over the school. We've thwarted would-be trespassers and break-ins at the school. I mention all of this to demonstrate the kind of neighbors that we are and that we want to be with the school, the partnership that we have, and that we value the relationship that we have with Stevenson. However, unfortunately, one of BUSD's vendors does not share this philosophy. That's Driftwood Dairy. Over the past 4 years, we have suffered late-night deliveries 50 feet from our bedroom window. Prior to 2018, we didn't have this problem. I'm not sure why it started then, but we started communicating with the BUSD, the Director of Food Services. At that time, it was Kathy Sessinghouse. And so we started making phone calls and trying to get the time moved back from, 9, 10 o'clock at night. And for a short time it worked, but then Driftwood started their late night deliveries again. So we started documenting to BUSD this issue. I'm going to read a few excerpts. I won't take up too much time in the response. So in October of 2019, we said we're very upset that once again one of your vendors, Driftwood, feels it necessary to make deliveries at 10 p.m. at R.L. Stevenson on Oak Street on a more consistent basis. The response from Director Sessinghouse was, I have contacted the dispatch supervisor at Driftwood Dairy and have asked him to correct this issue. I have also requested that all deliveries are completed by 8 p.m. That was certainly acceptable to us. And that, again, was from the Director of Food Services. So this resolved things for a short time. But again, in August of 21, we started seeing these deliveries start late night again. So we again wrote to the director and said it's apparent the contractor dismissed earlier grievances and reneged on the agreement to have all deliveries completed by 8 p.m. At 10:15 p.m. on Friday, August 27th, we were woken by the sound of banging and crashing. The orchestra of banging gates and crates, truck lifts, doors, air brakes, and hand trucks, not to mention the arrival and departure of the truck, which has a tendency to run idle during the delivery, is a disruptive and unwanted disturbance. The interruption to our sleep impacts our health. The response, sorry to hear this continue to occur. I will be contacting the dairy regarding late deliveries. I know how disruptive this is, and I apologize for that. Most recently, April of 2022, on which I believe I copied all of you, last night we were disturbed by the truck air brakes, metal doors, gates, containers, and hand carts at 9 p.m. The response was, thank you for your email. Again, Burbank USD apologizes for the disturbance of your evening piece. They have updated their procedure and provided clear information for any driver assigned to the routes. I'm not sure how many times we can hear that, but I will say after over 4 years, that's a lot of time to hear the same thing. So I think we've been both patient and more than reasonable in trying to get Driftwood Dairy to adhere with the BUSD request to have any and all deliveries completed by 8 p.m. We request support of the board in holding Driftwood accountable to this arrangement because that's what good neighbors do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. I read these out of order. Our next speaker is Edward James Davis, followed by Patricia Godoy.
Thank you so much. Ms. Tabbitt, Dr. Hill, members of the board, good evening. My name is Edward James Davis. My wife and I live right here in Burbank. And just 5 weeks ago, we welcomed a baby boy. So we're now parents for the first time. Thank you guys so much. And so, in addition to not getting much sleep at night, we've been paying extra close attention to the schools. And on Tuesday, we read with great interest a guest essay in the New York Times by one of your own students, Sung-Ju Yoon. And I wanted to just pay tribute, first off, to your student for publishing in the New York Times. It is a major achievement for anyone to publish in the New York Times, and it is especially a major achievement to do that as a junior in high school, and I know that doesn't happen without outstanding teachers all the way through. So kudos to all of you and all the teachers here, for starters. And I did want to just take a moment to highlight the subject of his essay. As you all know, about 1.5 years ago, the school district took To Kill a Mockingbird and 4 other classic books and took them off of the core novel list. So teachers here in Burbank could no longer assign these books to all of the students in their class. Your student wrote in the New York Times about how much these books meant to him, how they shaped him, and the question that I had for the board was, have you had a chance to read this guest essay, and are you willing to go back, revisit this decision, and see if there's a way to get these books back into the classroom while at the same time adding new, more diverse voices to the reading list as well? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
And I have some copies of the essay if anyone's interested.
Thank you.
Sure.
Our last speaker, the last card I have so far is Patricia Godoy. I just can't read the writing.
Yes, I know.
Apologize.
No worries. Godoy is enough. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for having me here tonight. I'm very humbled to be here because I've lived in Burbank for 25 years, and this is the first time I've come here. I have 4 daughters that have gone through Burbank USD, but tonight I'm not here to speak on behalf of my family. I'm actually here to speak on behalf of my colleagues. I have been a nurse for over 30 years. I have done emergency medicine, I have done intensive care unit, medical surgical, and I currently work as a nursing director for the Men's Central Jail of LA County. But I also work part-time as a Burbank USD nurse. I've been doing this for 4 years, and I know that they try to get me to work full-time for Burbank USD, but I tell Lenora, I can't afford to work here full-time because that's the thing that just humbles me, is that these nurses that work for Burbank USD have such a huge heart. And I have to tell you, every day that I come to work, I work once a week, I work on like Mondays, that I work here, I get humble when I wear this. And this is my jacket that I got last year during COVID, because we did a lot of stuff. I get humble because not only do I get to interact with my little patients, I've been a pediatric nurse for 15 years, so working in the jails, those are big patients, and they're not, I tell them it's like the school system, but you never really, they don't go home, they stay there. So a lot of the things that we do in the school, I always try to think, how can we do it in the jails? But anyways, the Mondays that I come to work, I earn every single penny, because I have, as a nurse, I see anywhere from 40 to 60 students. I call about 10, 15 families a day. I have to deal with all this other stuff. And I go home, I don't take a break. Sometimes I don't go to the bathroom. Yes, nurses have big bladders, I know that. I get home and I take a deep breath and I get humbled by the nurses that do this on a daily basis. I take my hat every time and I say, wow, for you guys to be able to do this. And I definitely would love to do it. It's just, and I feel so bad sometimes because the money that they make is not comparable to, they're the lowest paid nurses and they work the hardest. And I have to tell you, because when I go to work on my regular job on Tuesday, I sit there and I'm like, I can go to the bathroom anytime. I can do whatever I want, because where I work right now, I boss people around basically, right? So I can do what I want to do. But so for me, and especially during this last year, I just want to let you guys know that it has been really, really challenging. I told you all the areas that I worked at, the ER at Children's Hospital, traumas all the time. And I've never felt so overwhelmed like I did at the beginning of this last school year. When I sat in my car before going to work Mondays, I would have to take 10 minutes and I would tell myself, I don't want to go to work. I don't want to go to school. I don't want to school. And I felt like I was that 5 or 6 year old not wanting to go to school because it was extremely challenging. I wanted to cry every single minute. Things would come our way that it was so impossible. I want to thank whoever approved for registry to come and help us. It was incredibly worth it. It was a breath of fresh air. I was able to do things, but I literally, 3 weeks into the school I wanted to quit. And because I owe it to, I had the contract, I was like, I cannot leave Lenora, like this. So I stuck it through, but I just want to make sure that I wanted to share this with you, because I think me having a different environment outside school, I can appreciate all the work that they do and critically think, assess everything. And that's why I'm here today, is just to, anything that you guys can do to support our nurses. They're so needed in our environment. I tell you that when I feel like a superhero every time I'm the superhero of Burbank when I go to the school sites, because I feel like that way. It just feels like everybody is depending on you, but I'm very humble and thank you for listening and thank you for giving me a job as a school nurse here in Burbank. I'm very proud to be a school nurse here, so thank you guys.
Okay, thank you to all the speakers. I don't have any more cards. Oh, see? One more. Thank you. I didn't even need to read it. I'm sorry. I don't know why.
That's
I was
okay.
like, Diana Abesta, please go ahead.
Good evening, President Tabbitt, members of the board. Superintendent Hill is not here, but, oh, you're here. Oh, there you are, in a little square. Nice to see you, Dr. Hill, members of the district. First of all, I just want to thank you so much for what you've done tonight in changing the agenda. That means everything to me, because these are my colleagues. You can see their grading papers. Some of them had to run out and pick up somebody to bring back. So I'm not even going to say everything that I want to say. I'll wait until afterwards. I'll fill out a blue card. But, it just strikes me, here we have our resolutions today for speech pathologists, nurses, and teachers, and there just has to be more than just us passing resolutions. Not that I don't appreciate the sentiment, but I think we're at a very, in my 40 years of teaching, I have never seen what it is today. And I am so afraid, and I talked to Dr. Neiman about this, about losing people. I care. I want people to go into teaching, highly qualified educators, in particular our special ed. They have to be at the top, and we are not going to continue. I'm telling you, I've never seen so many teachers retire. We have the most in the years that I've been here. We're adding them all up, and this is not a good thing, because many of my colleagues were not going to go, but they just don't see that hope right now. So again, I wanted to bring that up, the importance of doing more than just listening. And I know that certainly some of you have even made those visits with me. We were fortunate enough to go to Washington, Providencia, and Stevenson. And I know that you also went to Bret Harte. So thank you. I will come back afterwards so that you can also do some of the things that you need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Abasta. So we can now move on to staff responses.
Thank you, Board President Tabbitt. Can you all hear me okay? All right. I apologize I couldn't be there this evening, but I do want to thank all the speakers for coming out tonight, and those at home. Greatly appreciate your comments and your stories, especially all of our BUSD employees this evening. First of all, I want to thank Ms. Stenberg and the Destiny Education Project. Thank you for your advocacy and sharing all the items and actions that you're doing with the district to raise the efforts of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the district. So thank you for coming down tonight and sharing that. There's a couple other speakers and I'll address that as well, but I'll do that first and come back to our special education employees and colleagues. I want to thank and apologize again to Mr. Zimmerman. I've been receiving the emails. I know Ms. Kukta and Ms. Bogdanovich have been working with Driftwood. As you highlighted, we've had issues when they have replacement drivers, but we are going to hold them accountable. We're going to continue to escalate that to make sure that they are being good neighbors and respecting the conditions that we put in around deliveries. So we will continue to be diligent and follow up with them, but I do apologize for the inconvenience that has caused you and your neighbors. Mr. Davis, congrats to you and your wife on the new baby. Thank you for coming down this evening. I did have an opportunity to read the op-ed, and we had a big, lengthy debate, and we're happy to follow up offline about the conversation about diversifying our curriculum. I just want to be clear, because sometimes the word ban is used. What we're doing is, what are the core novels and curriculum that we have in our schools? We are going to continue to diversify the novels, as you said, but then we're going to make sure that the other novels are available in classroom libraries or the libraries or optional assignments for students. So those books are still available for students, but we do want to diversify our curriculum, and we have a longer process. So I'm happy to follow up, or you can go and see some updates on our upcoming board meetings when we talk about that process. Ms. Godoy, thank you for highlighting the work that you do as a nurse and for all of our nurses. It's been a challenging couple of years, and I appreciate you doing the shout out to Ms. Aguilera as well. She has been our head nurse leading us through this difficult time. But I applaud all of our nurses and thank you for sharing what you do and the challenges of being a nurse. Which leads me to all the special education team as well, our teachers, our SLPs, our support staff. I greatly appreciate you all coming down here and sharing the work that you do for our students and how challenging that can be with limited resources and restrictions and compliance. And we know you work above hours, long hours. I'm very grateful for the district team and BTA and all of us working together. I like how Ms. Perry talks about we are a team trying to solve these challenges with the resources we have. We're continuing to work through that. We've had very good productive meetings. We're going out to school sites to hear the challenges, to make adjustments when we can. Dr. Koss is going to be giving an update at our May 19th meeting about the conclusion of the master plan. So I encourage everyone to continue to give input to the master plan, raise your concerns, work with us on addressing that. So those are immediate actions that we want to take for special education. At the negotiations table, they're continuing to have these conversations as well. We've been making good progress of understanding what we can and can't do, but we understand that we need to do something. So I really appreciate the BTA side as well as the district side from having very productive conversations to see what we negotiate. But it's not just about what's in the contract. We also want to make sure we're addressing individual school site needs. And then finally, I just want to thank Ms. Abasta for calling a meeting with Senator Portantino. I invited Dr. Neiman, President Tabbitt, myself, Ms. Dixon, Ms. Durecki was there as well, where we highlighted to Senator Portantino the need for funding so that we can continue to expand our services and supports for special education, as well as to Ms. Bailey's comments around PE teachers at the elementary level. I thought that was a productive conversation. He got to hear and see a collaborative effort trying to address these concerns. So I know my words tonight aren't going to resolve your frustration, your concerns, but I just want to make sure it's very clear that we are going to continue to work together to try to resolve these issues. So thank you all. And that concludes my response.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. Moving on to board members' responses, Dr. Agakanian.
Thank you, Madam President. I also want to thank all of our teachers and BOC employees who came out to speak tonight. As Dr. Hill mentioned earlier, this is something that we're going to be talking about, but also, the May revise is coming around and there seems to be some good news in terms of the state funding. So we'll keep you updated on that. I also want to thank our Friends from Destiny's project. Thank you for the acknowledgement, all the hard work you're doing. I did speak at Providencia, and I want to thank Dr. Culbertson and team. And, it's amazing when you talk to students, our kiddos at elementary school, and talk about different cultures. But at the end, it's also amazing when we find similarities. So much, And I just want to thank all of our students that were nice, polite. They asked very good questions, and they actually raised their hand at the end saying they're going to study hard and listen to their parents. So thank you for the invitation. And anytime any other schools, they want me to come and talk to them about my journey and what I've been through, I'm more than happy to do that. Did want to also give you an update about it's been a busy month. I did attend the Burbank Coordinating Council Pancake Breakfast. It was amazing. Any of you who've never been to one of these, please do. It's fun, it's a lot of food, but also it's supporting a good cause. I also had the honor and the privilege to speak at the Mirrors English Language Development 6th to 8th grade class. Thank you, Mark Norberg, for inviting me. Some of you may know I came to this country when I was almost 18, didn't speak English. I was an ESL student. They used to call it ESL back then. English being my, at that point, fourth language while I was learning. And You know, the funny thing is that the first thing they told me was stop speaking your mother tongue and don't speak any other language so you can get better at English. And what I discovered in that classroom was how not only talented these students are, but the fact they actually speak another language now gives them an advantage in the world today, right? As Thomas Friedman said, you're going into the world market today. It's like entering the Olympics, but you're entering every sport. Speaking a second, third language now is nothing to be ashamed about. It's actually an advantage to our students. So I call them advanced language learners instead of English language development students. And thank you for the invitation. And I will be going back talking to the students again, just to make sure that they continue not only studying hard, but also learn other languages. I'm learning other languages as we speak. I'm hopefully to hit number 5 or 6 soon. I also had, some of our students who were honored earlier. They talked about classical music. Susie, I do also play the flute. I had the honor to speak at the Burbank Philharmonic inaugural gala. If any of you have never been to one of these, you should go. It's a free program, and it's amazing. And I had the honor of meeting Catherine Perkins, who did Strauss's Zerbin's aria, which is a very difficult aria if you're into opera, and Charlotte Marx, who did Brahms Violin Concerto number in D major, Opus 77. Any of you know that's a very difficult piece. These are 20-year-old, 19-year-old students who were picked. Support the program. It's a wonderful program, and it's free. You can go and attend and bring your family. Also, I am also very, very proud to announce that one of our own teachers, Ms. Jackie Balian from Borough High School, was honored at the ANCA Western Region by the ANCA Western Region, that's Armenian National Committee of America, Western Region Educational Committee, as the 2022 winner of the Armenian Genocide Education Armenian Heritage Award. So congratulations to Ms. Balian from Borough High School. The event just happened. It was fantastic, and I was very proud to see one of our own be the winner of this distinguished award. And last but not least, some of you know April is also the Earth Month. And there is an event happening next week on April 29th. It's called the Trashion Pop Show. You've seen the posters in all of our schools. If any of you would like to go, this was created by the Burbank Eco Council and the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission. It's going to happen on the 29th, right here in Burbank. And you can go there. This is during the Magnolia Park Night Out, alongside with the local artisan exhibits of arts, crafts. Students will have a chance to wear their trash-on outfits. Some of you are aware one of the biggest sources of trash now is clothes. Very difficult to recycle. And so this is a wonderful show, and I want to thank staff and the district for allowing these posters to go up. But if you're there on that night, go and check out the show. There's going to be a red carpet. There will be photos taken. There will be a school board member DJ and live music from a local music school. So there will be also a few demo stations on how to, do greener with proper sorting. So if any of you want to learn about what we're doing in a district when it comes to ecosystem and saving our environment, you should come and talk to some of these folks who've been working very, very hard to not only educate our students in the community about, how to recycle, but also ways and means to also save our planet Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Agakanian. Dr. Weisberg.
Thank you. Thanks to everybody for speaking. I did just want to say, and I try to remind myself to say this every time, if you see me typing during the meeting in your comments, it's not because I'm doing something else, it's because I have to write it down, or I'm not going to remember all the amazing things you said. But I do want to let people know, because you don't know what I'm writing up here, but taking notes, and I just wanted to let everybody know that. So I had the honor, so I think everybody here knows I also am a teacher, 7th and 8th grade. And so I don't get an opportunity often to visit classrooms because I'm in my classroom. But I did want to thank, first of all, Ms. Abasta. You're blocked by that very weird thing by the podium. But I wanted to thank you for helping make the visit to Stevenson happen. I had a bunch of amazing visits, and I just wanted to thank everyone. I think everybody in this room knows no matter how you do it, somebody stepping into your classroom to visit is weird. And it just never feels normal, and you're always like, hello, I am a teacher. So I want to acknowledge that it does disrupt your day. So thank you to a lot of people, but to Mr. Geyer, Miss Weaver for letting me visit Monterey. Owen said something that struck me where he talked about, you come to Monterey if you fail. And if you haven't had a chance to visit Monterey, that place feels like nothing but success the moment you step on campus. From the moment you're there to the moment you leave, there's nothing that even remotely makes you think of the word fail. So it is a phenomenal place. I was honored to be there to talk with the leadership and also the students. And so I wish I'm glad Owen went home, but I wish he was here to hear me say that Monterey is nothing but success and energy and enthusiasm and possibility and optimism. So it was truly an honor to be there. At the Stepping Stones program at Stevenson, phenomenal. I'm so thankful to everybody. I was there for like 3 hours, so that's a long time to have somebody in your business. So thank you for that. I definitely got to see so many things and learn so much. I'll be back to learn even more because we all know one visit isn't enough ever. It was wonderful to go to Providencia and see the peer-to-peer reading program and see Destiny read a book to kids who were completely motionless, taking in every word, which is hard to do, no matter how old the students are. Big thank you to Mr. Osmond for giving me the grand tour at Roosevelt. It was fantastic. And to Ms. Collins, who's here, for always being such a gracious host when I stop by Washington. I'm not there enough, but I love it every time I go. And also for really educating me, everyone in this room. But I think Ms. Collins was really the first educator to sit down and help me understand Autism Acceptance Month in a different way and to really change the way I thought about it, moving from awareness to acceptance. Awareness isn't enough. Acceptance is the next step. So I'm deeply appreciative to you for that. Also, a big thank you to Mr. V at Huerta for meeting with me and talking to me about all things. And the pancake breakfast was quite delicious. It was fun to be there. Before I get into the rest so thank you to everybody. I will be back. Please know that every day off that I have, I spend it on site. It's one of the great pleasures that I have, and I think it's really part of what our job is. We should be there. So I'm glad I get a chance to do it. Ms. Denberg, thank you for your advocacy on SB 830. Your continued advocacy. I don't know what that thing is, but I can sort of see you now. And your advocacy in all things and your really dedicated support of the district and our authentic pursuit of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I'm going to jump very quickly to Mr. Davis in relationship to authentic diversity, equity, and inclusion. And just say that many of us read the op-ed. Dr. Agakanian sent it to me. It was fantastic. I don't know how much attention you've paid to the district in the last couple of years, but I do want to steer your attention towards the unending work everybody has been doing, our teachers, Dr. Paramo, Ms. Cuseo, you name it, in really grappling with how we create a space for all of our students to feel heard, to feel included. I know there are teachers here tonight. We've had really healthy debates about it, but we've talked about this a lot, but I do want to reiterate, because you brought it up, that I'm glad that those books shaped the author of the op-ed. That's important. But we also have many, many students for whom the books and the reading of these books was deeply traumatizing. And we as a district made a decision to hit pause because we recognized we could be doing a better job of diversifying our literature, a better job of providing our teachers with the support that they need. I say this a lot, but we expect our teachers to be able to dive in and grapple with complicated, complex material that we don't even want to talk about as like regular adults outside of a classroom. We hit pause and we said we need to provide more support. The intention is not to silence voices of color, but to amplify them, to include more voices of color, to include more diversified content. And over the past couple of years, I've had the honor of the past year sitting on multiple diversity, equity, inclusion subcommittees and listened to the hours and hours and hours of work our teachers are pouring into acknowledging the feedback we've gotten and working to deepen and change our school environment holistically, not just in the books that we read, but from the moment our students and our teachers enter the classroom. And that's not just, when we talk about DEI, that's not just issues of race. It's also neurodiversity. It's also, you name it, we're looking to attack it. So I think it's easy to come up and sort of say, let's get these books back, without the sort of institutional memory that you need to understand this process. And this process is going to continue in perpetuity. So we're looking for ways to reintroduce complex topics. We're looking for ways to reintroduce it. And not because our students aren't capable and not because we don't want to deal with hard topics, but because we want to deal with hard topics in a way that supports our students, supports that challenge, and also allows students to see themselves in the content that we explore. So I encourage you to reach out to Ms. Cuseo, to Dr. Paramo, to Dr. Hill, to any number of people, to Ms. Bowers, who've been doing this work, and engage in a conversation with them if you're really committed to better understanding the diversification of what we read and how we read it. I strongly encourage you to reach out to them. I think it's wonderful that we have students who feel the sense of agency and can pen such powerful opinion pieces, especially in something like the New York Times. But I think it's important every time we have this conversation to reframe and remind ourselves that we are doing this not because we're trying to silence, but because we're trying to elevate. I want to address some of the really powerful comments made by all the teachers. I wanted to start by saying that I made a request of Dr. Koss, I think a week or so ago, to provide a report back to the board, not just on the master plan, but also on the work being done to address the specific needs that you have all raised via email, phone call, on-site visits. So I will be on a plane back with my 8th graders from Washington, D.C., so I won't be at that meeting, which is a huge bummer. But I do want to let you know that we hear you. And that's something I think I said to Barbara after you spoke earlier, which is it's important so that you know, not that you need reassurance, but that when you come to us and you tell us, you talk about these issues, what we hear, or what I hear, I'll just speak for myself, are people who are passionate about advocating for their students and for themselves. I don't hear people come up here being hyper negative and complaining. I hear people advocating because you want what's best for your kiddos and you want what's best for yourself, because that makes for better classrooms. So I think it's just really important to reiterate that I don't think anybody up here is like, oh, complaining again. I don't hear that. I appreciate it. I appreciate that you take time out of your day to then schlep over here in the middle of a Thursday night and talk to us. So please know that we do hear you, and I deeply appreciate it. I'm going to go through, bear with me for a second. I continue to make a list of all of the specifics that you have each brought up, not just here, but we've gotten many emails, and I appreciate that. I think Dr. Hernandez said this, but if I'm wrong, yell at me. But I really appreciated your focus on responsive versus reactive and talking about how can we plan in the summer so that we're not scrambling. And look, we all know that the issue of being short-staffed, the issue of teacher retention is something that we're facing across the country. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't be more proactive in how we're addressing it here in BUSD. So I really appreciated that. It gave me a lot to think about. Ms. Perry, again, though, I will definitely come visit, but it will not be unannounced. That's mean. I will email you. I know. Ms. Sorensen, you read Dina Beal's comment, I believe, and I thought something else that she said about she didn't really understand the responsibilities of a sped teacher, and I feel like that every day. So I teach a general ed class, and it is at 7th and 8th grade, and it is an exhausting, wonderful, fulfilling, draining experience, and I leave every day without enough time to do anything. And what I have learned over the past couple of years is that multiply that by 500, and I come close to what our sped teachers are and our speech pathologists are dealing with on a daily basis. It really resonated talking about that sense of like you have to give up one thing, right? That you're either all for your kids and then the paperwork doesn't get done, or you focus on the paperwork and you can't pay the attention that you need to, so you end up feeling, or I'm projecting, I end up feeling like I'm not doing a great job at anything because I'm trying to do so many things at once. None of us want that. We want to find ways to support you. We want to find ways to provide you the resources that you absolutely deserve. Smaller caseloads, more planning periods, a cap on the classes, all of these things that I'm taking notes about. Look, my words are not going to be enough, right? Like I can't do anything right now, but what I can do is, I say this a lot, I can start to ask the right questions. Often I don't feel like I don't have the knowledge to ask the right questions, but this gives me so much to sit down and ask. I know that everybody up here is committed to supporting you and finding a way to support both you and your students. I don't have any genius ideas, but I can tell you that I am committed to assisting in every way that I can. I'm excited to talk about ways of being proactive, both in staffing and in every other area that people have brought up tonight. I'm not sure how to do that yet, but I'm excited to have conversations and hear your thoughts, and then hear the thoughts of our amazing professionals here who work with you. I'm excited to hear the report back from Dr. Koss to see the work that's being done. And I just want to encourage everybody to continue reaching out. Email us, call us, whatever you need to do. Again, I'll speak for myself, but I think I speak for everyone when I say we really do want to hear what's going on day to day, because so often we're not there, right? But we want to be. So let us know, and let us know what we can do. And I give you my word that we're going to continue this dialogue, and we'll continue to look for ways to support you in any way that we can.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you. I'm going to go in an odd order, but nevertheless try and get to everybody. So first things first, to Mr. Davis, congratulations. And thank you for contributing to the enrollment. We're excited to have, and more than anything, to serve your family. Second, to Dr. Weisberg. I think this is a process, painful at times, but one that I think staff has put a lot of effort into, and I think our community has put a lot of effort into. Does it fit into a national narrative? You bet. But is it our unique journey? I believe so. I think each community has to have these conversations, and this is our version of it. Having said that, I'm really proud, as a former chairman of the Burbank Youth Board, that a chairman of the Burbank Youth Board is in the New York Times. This is the level we should be aiming for. So congratulations to Sungju Yoon, who got this in, and I think for a lifetime can talk about this experience. So thank you for highlighting. I will ask that when things like this happen, that district staff forward this to the whole board. Mr. Zimmerman, thank you so much for being a partner to our schools and for your commitment above and beyond your own child to ensure that our institutions remain solid, safe, and healthy on multiple fronts. It sounds like Dr. Hill said that they're going to look into this. I believe that. Having said that, if we aren't getting compliance, then I will ask that their contract be brought before the board and that be added as a condition moving forward. Plain and simple. We have an obligation to be good neighbors. Having said that, these schools were there oftentimes long before folks moved in. And so we have a really healthy balance that we need to strike, and I think this is an example of one where we can do better to work with the vendor to make sure that this is happening and that neighborhood is respected. I live 2 blocks down from Stevenson, so if it happens again, feel free to send me an email, and I'll sit outside to watch the next milk delivery myself. See you there, neighbor. But thank you for bringing it up. And again, to district staff, if it's an issue, bring it back as contract language. And if it's too late to do it in contract language, then moving forward, I think we should include delivery schedules in our contract language so we can enforce that and maintain good neighbor policies. So thank you again. I'm going to talk to Ms. Godoy. I'm not sure if she's still here. She may. So first of all, thank you for your service as a nurse. Nursing in this whole world, I think we all can understand the value of. I think we can all share 15 different stories where we saw nurses go above and beyond in the past 2 years. And that's not to quickly summarize it to get out of the way. It is really because we saw a lot of people acting heroically. But I want to specifically focus on kind of what she said about sitting in her car and having to gather herself before heading in. I don't think that's an experience that's unique to our nurses. I see a lot of SPED teachers doing the same thing, speech language pathologists doing the same thing, and everybody. I do it before board meetings. Right? This is challenging beyond what our human potential often allows for us, right? And we have to kind of get centered in the mission, take our deep breath, and go, and be beyond what we ever thought we were capable of. That's fair for a point. And then it just becomes unsustainable and demoralizing to people who are so committed to the job and who are using that commitment every single day to keep themselves going. I see that. I see that when I visit school sites. Saw it when I visited schools earlier this year before you all were here. And we'll continue to visit to understand these problems better so we can bring them up. I think a lot of the requests that are being made through negotiations are very reasonable. Having said that, we are, as always, facing resources and limitations on that. But I think there's a few things we need to do in terms of board education that I think helps inform our perspective. And one is to go through the IEP process as a presentation so we can see what an IEP looks like. I think we talk about it, but we don't often really see how challenging these documents can be, not only to measure effectiveness, but really how many hands are involved in each of these documents to ensure that a student is successful. We have heard, and again, years ago we heard from SLPs, we're taxed, we're overburdened, help us. We negotiated some benefits, we hoped that would help. We're back. We've now heard from principals who also said that the model is not working, that it's overwhelming, that they do not have enough, especially elementary principals, enough admin to preside over all the IEPs and to effectively be in each of them. And now, everybody else is visiting us and telling us it simply is not working. Reactive? Yes, entirely. More so, when we know this problem is coming to the board, we know when you're coming, the word gets out. I think it's really important that we communicate our openness, not by just closing laptops and paying attention, but by making sure staff is here and available. In the future, when there are SPED issues, I would like to see SPED staff here and present. I think that's important. And if they need to participate remotely, that's fine. But let's keep the camera on so people know that they're addressing staff who are in the room. That's important. I know our leadership is focused on listening, but I think that's how we model it. And I think that's how we demonstrate it in these meetings, in these moments, when so many people are coming to us as a last resort, because folks are exhausted. I'm very interested to see where this is going in terms of negotiations, but again, I have to remark that every part of the ecosystem is crying out for help. And simple negotiations, I don't think, necessarily answer this. The other thing is that if we continue to look at this and not really think about restructuring in some way to support this long term, it's a problem. And when that is met with 8 resolutions on a single agenda, as Ms. Abasta pointed out, this audience and this platform and this kind of place of last resort gets trivialized in our ability to respond to these problems, because there aren't agenda items that are on the agenda that are helping to tell the story so we can get to those problems and address them more accurately. So I agree that we need to work as a team to address these issues, but I also think that we need to demonstrate leadership up here. I think we need to demonstrate commitment, and we do with our visits. But awareness and demonstrating a long-term plan to solve these issues so that way you know that this problem won't be back in a year or two, when that seems to be the case, is a challenge for me that I think we're missing the mark, and I think we need to do better by you. Having said that, this is negotiations, so we will leave it to the negotiations team. And I will give my individual direction as other board members do. But I do want to say, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for all you have done. To keep these kids on track where you can. Lots of overwhelmed parents, right, that are kind of match and pitch with you all in terms of overwhelmed, right? And you all have pushed through in different ways. And so, again, I know it's mostly we're looking for more solid answers. And again, wherever I can, I will maneuver to push to do that. But in the meantime, thank you. Thanks for taking care of our kids. We have a lot of work to do next year to catch a lot of them up. But I think that starts with board education, getting humble, saying what we don't know, and really understanding just how far our kids have to go to catch up because of the past 2 years, in particular, this population. We're all going to be partners in moving that forward, but again, hold us accountable because these kids deserve it. And you know how precious they are, and you know that they need advocates. And mediocrity is not acceptable. So I want to say thank you for that. And again, I look forward to working with you all in real partnership, not just lip service, to take care of these kiddos and to take care of the staff that supports them. Lastly, this is a time where we also do our announcements, if you couldn't tell. I was really excited to have the Ed Walk come back. So after about 5 years or 3-4 year hiatus, was able to conduct our first Ed Walk in April. Again, parents coming out saying very similar stories about areas that they're struggling in. And it was a great opportunity to connect. And so just want to invite everybody out to our next Ed Walk where Dr. Weisberg will be joining me. And my hope is that at that point, other board members can do Ed Walks if they so choose. Nobody did it, so I brought it back. And the next Ed Walk is on May 7th. That's the first Saturday in every month, but May 7th at 9 a.m. on the corner of Mariposa and Chandler. If you have a story to tell, we're there. And we're very human. So looking forward to connecting, and to all those who came out tonight on top of your daily workload, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues for your comments, and to the speakers who brought them to us. Well, they're very, they bring forth a lot of issues. They mean a lot. No one just speaks to be speaking. They're speaking from their heart because they really care about our employees, about the students in your classrooms. And that's also what I heard from many of you who came up to speak tonight, that the amount of items on your plate that you have to get through in a day take away from why you started this job in the first place. Because you care about kids, and you love kids, and you want to make sure this world is a better place for those kids. And if your plates are so full that you're struggling to carry them, it really makes it difficult for you to put those kids first and give them what they really need, which is you. I mean, as much of you as you can give them. And we know from research that that's when a kid thrives, right, in a classroom, when they feel that their teachers, the people that are in there, especially our special ed students, care about them and have time to spend with them to make sure that they're getting their needs met. And it puts you in a really difficult position. I think, Melissa, you said it, or it was Dr. Hernandez, one of you that said, if I work on this plate, then this one suffers. And if I work on this one, then this one suffers. And that's not in a place we want to be, because at the end of the day, it's not good for you and it's not good for those kids in your classroom. So I really hope that the words my colleagues have said tonight, what I'm saying to you, what hopefully our administrative folks at the district office are able to hear, the groups doing the negotiations, know how much these changes, these needs need to be met because they're good for kids. And that should be our focus point. I'm a mom, aside from many things, and my daughter was a special ed, an RSP student at Muir with Dr. Moose, or Mr. Moose, who just made a real change in her life. And when you brought up and she's very successful today, by the way, but because of the teachers she had that taught her that she may not be able to read this page the first time, but that's okay. Go through it again, and go through it again, and again. And so she does it. She has to read a lot in the work she does now. And it came from, her. I really give Mr. Moose a lot of credit for her. But when you were talked about the speech writing, when she was in 8th grade, they had a speech competition for graduation. And she came home so excited because she and her partner went and competed. And they were some of the first, according to my daughter, I could be wrong, but some of the first RSP students who got chosen to read a graduation piece at 8th grade. And she's 30 years old and still talking about it to this day. So thank you, all of you, for making the difference in that child who will carry what you do for them, with them, for the rest of their lives. Because you do make a difference. You make a difference every day, and it shows. And it's one of my favorite stories that she comes back with. No one ever made her feel different. They made her feel like she was just as important as every kid in an AP class or an honors English class, and they mattered. So thank you for all that you do. And hopefully we can do some things that will make life a little easier, and then we can work towards things that will make life a lot better. So I'm really hoping we can get there. Mr. Zimmerman, Mr. Ferguson does indeed live a couple blocks away, as do I. So be happy anytime they're back there at 9 o'clock to pop on over if we need to. And I think that Mr. Ferguson's idea of looking at their contract again was a great idea, and hopefully that will resolve some things, because I bet you're not the only one. You're just the only one speaking up. So thank you for doing that, and you probably speak for many others, and hopefully we can get to the bottom of this sooner rather than later, which I say far too often. Who else did I want to? Again, thank you for everyone coming out. It's not easy. Your time is valuable. I joined Dr. Weissman at the pancake breakfast. Weisberg. I do that all the time, don't I? I am so sorry. Dr.
W, like my kids.
Oh, that's cute. I can do that. Dr. Weisberg. And Dr. Agakanian joined later, and we had a nice time talking to the community members at the pancake breakfast. We didn't have to do much work, but it was a good time getting to know some community members there. And congratulations, Mr. Ferguson, on bringing back that Ed Walk. Great plan, great idea, and I hope many of you join him and Dr. Weisberg at their next one. I'm just being a little. And share your thoughts and ideas. It's a great opportunity to meet with board members. And what else did I want to bring up? Well, that's it for now. I'm sure there's opportunities. Oh, I did forget earlier for if we could bring this in an upcoming agenda, we need to take a look at our Arts for All plan again. It was originally, it is 10 years old, and it's time to take a look at that. So if we could bring that back at a future agenda sometime, that would be great. It's important to many folks that we keep that current and ongoing. Yes, sorry.
I just wanted to clarify, so it expires in December, so
We
are
should
we,
start talking about it, taking a look at it. It'll have to go through, we'll have to have a, did you have something you wanted to add to it?
I was just offering, we have a special meeting on goals coming up, and so maybe within the context of annual goals, where then staff could do planning, we could take it up there. Just a suggestion.
Good plan. So, all right, moving back, thank you. We have a public hearing that was supposed to be around 7:30. Do we need to go to that now? And then we can jump back into the agenda? I'm looking for, for some guidance here. And do we need to do the report first and then go to the public hearing?
That was support for that.
So we are going to 11B.
The fee justification.
Yes.
Thanks, everybody.
Do we want to do a bathroom break?
We could take a 5-minute bee room break.
Sure, go ahead. We're taking a 5-minute break.
Good evening, President Tabbitt, board members, staff, community. We're here tonight with a public hearing on developer fees. And prior to that, we'd like to give the report on the fee study that we have. The State Allocation Board requires that school districts do a study every 2 years in advance of increasing it. And we have with us tonight Doug Floyd, who is with Koppel and Gruber, and he's going to go through his report that he's prepared.
Thank you, Ms. Kuka. Good evening, President Tabbitt, board members, Dr. Hill, district staff. Again, my name is Doug Floyd. I'm with Koppel and Gruber Public Finance. And I just want to highlight that this presentation is to cover a public hearing that follows, but also an action item that is slated later on in the agenda. This item specifically relates to level 1 fees that school districts charge against new residential and commercial construction. And these fee amounts are intended to provide funding for the district to provide for school facilities. I think there's a presentation. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, perfect. The fee amounts are capped, and those fee caps are subject to inflationary adjustment in even-numbered years. The State Allocation Board last adjusted the fee caps in February of this year from $4.08 per square foot to $4.79 per square foot for new residential construction, and from 66 cents to 78 cents per square foot for new commercial and industrial construction. The district currently charges level 1 fees, but in order for the district to increase the fees amounts that are charged to the new rates, the district must go through this process of preparing the fee justification study, and it confirms that the district meets the nexus requirements and confirms justification of the fees. The nexus requirements are highlighted here, and these are from the statutes. So the district has to identify the purpose and the use of the fee, which is essentially to provide for the construction or reconstruction of school facilities. The district must determine that there's a relationship between the fee's use and the development upon which the fee is imposed. So from our findings, new housing is generating new students, and there's a cost for providing facilities for those students. And then the next item is determine the relationship between the fee and the cost attributable to the new development. So what that means is the district can't charge a fee that is in excess of the cost of providing students from those facilities. And the majority of the study is crafted in an effort to meet that requirement. And then lastly, the district must provide an accounting of the developer fees, and the district each year brings to the board an accounting report that's typically done at the November or December timeframe that reports on what fees have been collected and how those are being utilized. So while the state law provides substantial flexibility in the methodologies employed for school districts to justify the fees, at minimum, the fee study must include a projection of the number of students from new housing and an estimate of the reasonable cost to provide facilities for those students. The school fees can include the cost to refurbish existing facilities to maintain an existing level of service and or to achieve an adopted level of service that is consistent with the school district's plans, and that could include educational plans or facilities plans. So this diagram just generally highlights our methodology, which is to make a projection of the students from new housing. That's based on housing projections from the city, as well as average yield rates per household. So we look at all the student population and divide that by the number of household inventory in the district, and that gives us a number of students per household. And then we're able to use that to make a projection of students over the time frame of our study. And then we use recent costs, construction costs from the district, as well as state averages to estimate the cost assigned to those students. And then we distill that down to a cost impact per square foot for new housing. And as long as that cost impact per square foot is greater than the fee cap, which is now $4.79, then the district is justified in levying the full fee amount. And so this shows our projected numbers. So our student enrollment projections utilize the city's housing growth goals, and those are estimated through the year 2035. So based on those housing growth goals, it could potentially generate up to 2,700 students. And then if we assign costs to not only house those students in new construction, our findings did reveal that there's a possibility that school sites may need to be expanded at the elementary school level, but also to implement capital improvement projects, modernization projects, to provide for the long-term use of the district's facilities. And so that cost estimate is around $56 million. If we then divide that by the projected housing and the projected square footage, okay. The cost impact is $5.22, which justifies the full fee for the district at $4.79. And then for commercial fees, the state law provides guidance regarding how a district can justify commercial fees, and the districts must evaluate the cost based on different commercial industrial categories. Those are in the state law. And effectively it follows that new employment centers will create job opportunities. The employment generation from those facilities or projects will create a propensity for those employees to reside within the district, creating housing needs. And then there's a student generation from those new homes. We also look at inter-district transfers. So there's a propensity of employees who are commuting to jobs within the school district boundaries to enroll their children on an inter-district basis. So we look at inter-district permits. And then once we have that overall impact, we deduct that by the residential impact, because households will be paying their own share of the developer fees. And whatever that net result is, that becomes the cost impact for the commercial industrial categories. And you can see based on our findings, these are the commercial industrial categories that the state law prescribes. And then the left-hand side shows the actual cost impacts. And then based on the maximum fee amounts that are limited by the state, on the right-hand side, you can see what can be charged on each of those categories. There's a few categories where we couldn't justify the full amount of the fee, so they're limited to being charged the fees based on those respective impacts. So, for example, hospitality lodging would be charged at 61 cents per square foot rather than the 78 cents per square foot. And then very briefly, because there's a lot of redevelopment projects within the school district, we just want to highlight that only the additional square footage for redevelopment projects would be charged. Case law states that if there's an existing project and that gets demolished and then rebuilt to a larger project, that existing project would be credited the fee amount for the pre-existing square footage. So we just wanted to highlight that. And then as far as the adoption process, this is a legal procedure. So the district actually had to provide a notice of public hearing several times in the local newspaper saying that a public hearing would occur tonight. The fee study itself has been available for public review since April 8th. And then following a public hearing tonight, if the board so chooses to adopt the new fees, those would become effective 60 days later, which is on June 20th. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
First of all, thank you again. I had a question regarding, and this is, I'm going to plead ignorance a little bit. So hypothetically, we approve it, 60 days. it just goes into effect. There's no way anyone can push back if they have not come to the public hearing. So essentially, like, once we say, okay, game on.
Yes, the fees would become effective.
Okay.
And the district could impose those fees starting on June 20th.
Perfect, thank you. I just wanted to get clarification on the process.
Thank you. First of all, just thank you for a very thorough report in explaining this. It is challenging telling the story of how revenues come to the district. It is also challenging telling the story of how those revenues are constrained at times for specific uses. I do want to remind the public, we get audited and they make sure that these dollars are going where they say they're going. So when we consider fee increases, we consider them very seriously because we don't want to pass that on. We don't want to make that extra addition to your house so unaffordable that you can't afford to do it. So things like that matter, and so just thank you with that. And I'm comfortable with moving forward to the item and making the motion if that is okay with my colleagues.
Yes, I second it.
Dr. Alkanyan, you're good? Yes. Okay. Oh, we do have to open the public hearing. Okay, then I will wait for public testimony on that before I decide. Thank you.
Madam Chair, so I had one question in terms of the fee determination, especially with limited. Your mic, is this microphone on?
Nope.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Right. So I'm just out of curiosity in terms of, when it comes to square, the space and limited space to build in certain areas, Burbank being one of them. When it comes to the fee and how it's determined, does it matter how up a building goes, or is it just about the property itself?
Yeah, it's
all
square footage of the property.
So it doesn't, because people are comparing us to a neighboring city which is building a lot of apartment complexes, saying, well, they must be getting a lot of money from development, but it has nothing to do with going up, right? It's about.
Yeah, it's based on several factors. So we look at the student generation rates from different types of housing. We evaluate it on single-family detached homes versus your higher density projects. And effectively, it comes down to a student generation rate per square foot. So if you're building a lot of high-density projects that have a lot of students and it's a smaller footprint, smaller size units than, say, a single-family dwelling unit, then you see the cost impacts that are a little higher in those cases. So,
Thank you.
That.
Thank you.
And one last flag, if we could share this report with the city council so that they could see, and I think most specifically the commentary around density and how density is calculated when you possibly raise a property down to zero and rebuild, that you really only get credit for the additional square footage, not what you're replacing. I think that as they are making development decisions, need to understand that, okay, great, just because we're replacing square footage with equal square footage, that doesn't mean schools get covered in that. Yeah, so Ms. Tabbitt's working with a number of the council members on different projects. I just think it's an important way that we can, again, help educate our colleagues as they make choices, so, we can work better together like that.
We can add that to the agenda at our joint town hall if that's something we want to talk about. We might.
Whatever you and the superintendent want.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So moving to our public hearing, I think call to open the public hearing on the intent to raise school facilities developer fees. Anybody wish to address the board? Speak up? Okay, seeing no one, the public hearing is now closed.
President Tabbitt.
Mr. Ferguson.
I will move that we proceed to item 13H and that we move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 40 for the increase of school facility developer fees per Senate Bill 50 out of 1998, Education Section 17620, and Government Code Section 65995, and the authority to sign the agreement be exercised pursuant to Resolution AR 3314 as presented.
Second.
Thank you for the motion and the second, Dr. Weisberg. And any further comments? All right, call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Okay, motion carries
Thank you.
4-0. Thank you. Okay, now we can go to reports to the board. 11A, report to the board on BUSD youth and transition and foster youth. Thank you, Ms. Cashman.
Yeah, thank you, President Tabbitt, members of the board, district staff, Superintendent Hill, sorry, I know you're watching, and our Burbank community. I'm here tonight to present on our BUSD youth in transition and foster youth data. Thank you. I just wanted to go over our overriding principles and mission. We try to approach this work with trauma-informed practices, continuity of education, which is a huge overriding goal of our work with these populations of students and families, compassion, equal access, communication and assistance, navigating the school and educational setting, addressing DEI for vulnerable populations, providing dedicated at-promise counselors, and providing mental health support. Our next slide shows you sort of a drop in the number of families that are in transition by year. There are a lot of different factors going into that. I think part of it was the pandemic and a lot of movement and changes in job situations and steady housing. But we also had some really good news with 25 of our families finding permanent housing. So even though the numbers went down, there was a really positive piece behind that. So I thought that was really good news. Our next slide talks about our youth in transition by grade levels. So you see it's, it's pretty even, although we have more high school students currently. 8 of our students in special education and 6 are in our EL program as well.
Do you know what that relates to as number of families?
Yeah, so each of those numbers is a student with a family. Oh, as far as
Their siblings.
I'd have to look. We have quite a few families with multiple siblings, yeah. And some of them we're placing high school, middle school, and elementary. And when we place our families, we really try to look at transportation and housing and make it as easy as possible. They get priority placement and enrollment, all of that. So we're really working with our families to see what suits them the most. All right. The next slide is on ethnicity. You'll see it's just spread across. It mostly matches, I think, our district demographic. The next slide is on attendance. And I'm kind of going quickly, so if you have questions, feel free to stop me. I'm pretty proud of our attendance, which typically it's very low for our families in transition due to changes in housing and just struggles from employment, transportation, all of that. It's very disruptive. So really proud of our attendance data on our youth in transition. Our discipline data also shows some good news. So although some of it's because we were obviously not in person, but still our statistics are pretty good for our suspensions and discipline with our students in transition. The next slide is on our academics. We still have work to do. One thing I was really excited about is to look at our graduation rate, which was very high for our seniors. And I think part of it too is our students in transition are moving around. So that goes back to that continuity of education, trying to get them placed correctly, trying to make sure that transcripts and records are all documented and that they're placed quickly, but also placed appropriately. So that is quite a big task. Yeah.
Could you talk a little bit about the change? I mean, I understand like A through G completion in 2020, 2021 is COVID times, but it's interesting that it fell so much and our graduation rate climbed. Can you talk about?
I'd have to look deeper, but we're talking about maybe a couple students because we only have 61 students.
Sure.
Right? So I'd have to look into that deeper and get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, our next slide is funding. The money that pays for our homeless or families in transition and foster liaison comes from restricted funding, so it's either state or fed. And so a lot of it goes to centralized services, which is the position we have in student services. Melinda Drexler is our homeless and foster liaison at this point, and she is doing an amazing job. So that position, we finally have a dedicated position to support these students and families, and it allows her to really case manage every family and student. So that's been just just tremendous difference. Question?
Yes, and really, it's because of a complete lack of understanding. I'm just not quite. So a youth in transition has the option to go to any school district? I'm just wondering the need for transportation, like a TAP card or Metrolink
Yeah,
card.
so basically, when a
I just don't
student
know.
is in your district, it becomes a district of origin, and then a lot of times they move around. And so to give continuity, what we have is a bid, which is a best interest determination meeting with the other school district, and a lot of times the ed rights holder or family, whoever's involved with those decisions, and we decide which school district is the best placement for that student to give them that continuity. And sometimes that means transporting students. And sometimes it can be done through public transportation or family. It just kind of depends on their situation. So it does sometimes create extra costs. And sometimes it's temporary, depending on their housing situation. So if a family's in a hotel temporarily, we have a newcomer family right now, they might need some transportation help for a little bit until they get a more permanent housing situation. We also try to help out with childcare on occasion when that's required or needed. We have lots of backpacks and school supplies and stuff for families, but typically they're already getting that from a lot of the great partnerships in Burbank. So we work with them. A lot of what Ms. Drexler's position is doing right now is connecting people with our resources in Burbank. And we have BTAC, we have FSA, we have, I'm not going to name them all, I listed them, dental clinic. There's just so many great, Family Promise, so many great organizations that we can partner our families with. Yeah.
For the childcare, is that something that we use, like the amazing childcare at Monterey or Horace Mann? Where do we go to provide the childcare?
It depends on what the family needs and the ages of the kids. So sometimes it's helping them with fees associated with Boys and Girls Club or another partner organization. That's usually the case if it's after school, where they need that support where parents are working. I can get you a breakdown too if you need help.
I think in general, especially with the listing of our partners too, I think it'd be really helpful to have a clear understanding of what those partnerships look like. Just so that we have a sense, like there's so much good work being done, it's hard to get a sense of, I know we have partnerships with these places. It'd be really wonderful to be able to see how they sort of manifest. So like, be great to know where the childcare is coming from, or when we're providing housing or stipend, things like that, because we do have these strong partnerships. It'd be nice to have a clear sense of what those look like.
Yeah, so we don't provide housing, but we can refer to Burbank Housing Corps.
So, but that's a great example. If
Yeah.
it's not them, it's Home Again. Or whatever. It's just, I think it's nice for us to know, because as we try to strengthen our partnerships, it's good to know what they look like right now and what they could look like later. Thank you.
And I think as I go on, you'll get a little bit more deeper look into that case management piece as well. So going through that, our students in transition receive immediate enrollment, free and reduced lunch, equal access to district-sponsored curricular and extracurricular programs. Some of our fees are restricted on what we can spend money on, and so what we do is work with the school sites, and a lot of times they have other funds that they can use to pay for prom tickets or yearbooks or that kind of thing to make sure students have access to those opportunities. If our liaison also really tries to work with the family to find out what their living situation is, if it's Most of our families are doubled up, so they're living with other families. But sometimes they are in temporary housing, or a shelter. It just depends. We also get releases of information so that our department or school sites can work with those organizations, often other agencies, to support families. We get TAP cards, tutoring, counseling, after-school programs, and school supplies, just to name a few.
Wi-Fi hotspots?
Yeah, absolutely. Chromebooks, hotspots, all of that, yeah. We make sure there's no fee for proficiency exams. They're going to get help with FAFSA. We try to really support them as much as we can to make that education, accessible and equitable in every way. We also, Ms. Dressler's really doing a great job of going out to sites, so she'll go to IEPs, she'll go to 504s, she'll meet with families where they're living, she'll go to Metrolink to get the transportation and take it to them. So there's a lot of that kind of work that's going on behind the scenes. And also looking at their academic progress, their attendance, working with the sites constantly to monitor that and make sure that things don't change suddenly or they need more support. She's working with LACO quite a bit, works on all the compliance reports, documentation. And then you'll see a list of community partners that we are working with at the bottom that include many of the ones we've already mentioned. So, any questions about the case management piece?
I have so many.
I know.
You love it or you don't, but either way.
No, it's great. It's great. I'll do my best. If not, I'll circle back with you. Yeah.
You and Sharon can have a support group for the amount of questions.
Wow.
Ouch. Okay, moving on. Is it? I think, so I still have questions about all of these amazing things that we offer our kiddos, which are phenomenal. I still wonder about how we partner with these organizations to get some of it, right? And it's not me trying to be I oversee, but I'd love to know what are the amazing things we're getting from BTAC, or what are the amazing ways that the Y or FSA are supporting the kiddos? I mean, even if it's just a simple way for us to know so we thank them when we interact with them. I think would be, and I know a lot of it is case by case, but I also know that you must be tracking it. So it would be really helpful just to have a sense of the type of services they're offering. And I also had a question about, the tracking of academic progress, attendance, and student achievement. So it's great here, I see it. Is it possible to be able to see it more often so that we can have a sense of, how our students are progressing, the type of intervention if necessary? I think it'd be wonderful because this is so helpful to see. I've learned so much, and also thank you to you and Melinda for sitting down with me. It was fantastic. But it's so helpful to have this. Is it possible to twice a year, 3 times a year?
Absolutely. I think, and I wanted to give a shout out to Mr. Zamudio and Mr. Garcia, who did as much as they could with all this.
Amazing.
Along with their 30 other jobs. So they were handling this for years, and then we finally have a dedicated person, and so we can definitely bring you more information, and I think it will grow, and the case management will just get better and better. But she's already, I'm just seeing a level of service we've been unable to provide in the past that's really life-changing.
And I think that's what I'm excited to see, because it's not about being critical, it's about being enthusiastic and really, because it's clear she's doing phenomenal work.
Right.
And so part of being able to share that as a board, share all the positive things that we're doing, I don't often have the information I need to do that. So it's just about saying, well, did you see the report? Look at it from September to April. Look at all the growth. So I think it'd just be wonderful to have that meet to sort of.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right.
Just for 1 second, I just wanted to, your question was really great, and that discrepancy between the A through G pass rate and the graduation. So what my thoughts are, and Ms. Gaseo can jump in, she might know.
Can you speak into the mic?
Yeah. What might be the reason for that is that's the year we were in virtual learning, and there was the opportunity for kids to earn their diploma through AB 130. And that was a different standard for meeting graduation requirements. So it makes sense to me that the graduation rate would have gone up, but the A through G percentage might not have been where it normally is.
That helps. That helps a lot. Thank you.
AB 104. Yeah. Like, I got the number wrong.
AB 104. All right. Any other questions? Yeah.
Just more to prep. So first of all, to Ms. Dreschler, thank you. One, we had a model where we kind of outsourced this, and then now we've kind of brought it in. I think it was wise to bring it in. So I think this is good. I think there's more direct tracking. I think it allows us to be more nimble when addressing kind of the individualized needs of this population. Having said that, it's going to be something that I introduce as a board goal or attempt to get this population back to whole. And so when I look at these A through G rates, things like that, getting back to the 50%, that I would like to be a goal. And not just, and so what I would hope is from that goal, we get a kind of a plan of how we're going to get there long-term and kind of operationalize that. So I just kind of want to kind of front load that because I think this is really good data, but I want, there are going to be populations that I think we're clearly identifying that are impacted. This is one of them. But it seems that we're serving a rather consistent size population of about 80 to 100.
Well, and that's
depending.
the challenge because some of our families are moving in and out.
Right.
So that's the challenge with this work.
Right.
So sometimes we'll have students for a while and we can really have an impact and see some growth.
Yeah.
And then sometimes people are moving in and out.
Absolutely.
And so we get them for a couple months and then they're moving on.
Right.
So that's the real difficulty with the data and tracking too.
Yeah.
Is that it's in and out quite a bit.
Without a doubt. And I think that this is going to be one of the hardest stories to tell because each case is so unique. So absolutely giving that credit and credence. I think, though, understanding that it is a population that we know we're going to have issues with, what are the things that we can do to bolster? What are the strategies based off of Melinda's experience really managing this moving forward? I'd love to just frankly hear either her feedback or just how we do that or how we think about that. And again, not needing a whole big report, but again, what's the game plan, right? And how do we get to a proactive place? So
absolutely. All right, the next part of the report is on our foster youth by year. Again, you'll see a decrease, and some of it was movement, I think, and just decline in enrollment. A lot of our foster youth are close to getting adopted, or they're very inconsistent situations. But we do have students that are removed from the home. And those situations are much more traumatic and difficult, and they usually require a lot more support. You'll see our grade levels of foster youth. Pretty even. Ethnicity.
The 7 students in a special ed and the 1 student in EL, do we know what grades those are?
I can find that out for you.
I think
I don't know it off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then average attendance, again, very high. Very proud of that with our foster youth. Discipline, nothing in 2021, surprising. I'm kidding. And then our academics. Again, I think this is an area of growth for us. We've been very focused on shelter, food, kind of the basics, and housing. And I'm excited as we grow with this position to really spend more time in that area. And the case management is similar, although there are some differences. One of the big differences is there's an EPS system. And LACO started with foster, and hopefully they're going to expand it to our families.
EPS?
Yeah, so it's Educational Passport System. And with these groups, the records are very difficult to have a whole picture of, and sometimes they're lost or you don't get them right away because of some of our students have been in 5, 6, 8 different schools. And so this EPS system, we upload data, we upload records, and then that way we get a much fuller picture when the students come to us. So that's another thing Ms. Drexler does, is she keeps that updated. She goes in to look for the records. So it's a great system, and I hope it gets expanded to our families in transition. And that's a LACO tool that we use. And a lot of work with our ed rights holders and social services with students who in foster care who are removed from the home. Big difference between students sort of on the adoption track who are placed and with a steady family versus students who've been removed from everything. And they have pretty traumatic stories, so they need a lot of support. And again, she coordinates with, ed rights holders. We do the best interest determination to see which district is the most appropriate. We really try to make sure enrollment's expedited, all of those different pieces. So any questions about that? Yeah.
So we facilitate the basics for survival here. Housing, food, all of that. You also mentioned testing. We covered that cost. How do we cover the overachiever that is a part of this population? How are we taking care of the full range of students?
And we actually have some students in transition we have a senior who's a straight A student.
Absolutely.
Unbelievable.
Right.
And so we work with the school to try to give them all the opportunities, to work with them about college plans and university.
Dual enrollment, we look at.
Yeah.
With that, I think that's lovely, and I think that's wonderful, and just I want to see, especially with that population, if we can connect them with dual enrollment, things like that again give them an advantage faster, right? Get through school faster, and whether the community colleges, I'm sure Dr. Agakanian can weigh in, but they get funded differently, obviously, for this student population as well. So again, almost the handoff. Also, what do we do to hand off?
Yeah.
All food for thought, but I think it's pretty clear we're getting pretty good at covering the basics. What's next?
Yeah.
So. And
Melinda's been doing a really good job too of making sure they're getting the extras as far as the extracurricular and school life, and I think that's really critical as well. So
yeah.
I'm really proud of what she's done since she started the position, and I'm really excited to see where it goes because it's just going to get better and better. So
excellent.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to 11C, report on facilities and technology projects. Welcome back, Ms. Ketka.
My assistant is getting it ready. So I'm here tonight to talk about we have 3 items that are on the consent agenda that are paid for from bond funds. So if we can get the PowerPoint. We have an additive change order number 6, which is with Walt Disney Elementary, which is our big construction of our 2-story modular building. The contractor is Santa Clarita Concrete, and the contract amount is not to exceed an amount of $528,022. The increased amount is for the placement of concrete under the stairs instead of the asphalt. So that was an additive change order. That is item 14AB on the agenda. We have an approval of additive change order number 4. Did I go too far? Notice of completion. Which is again Walt Disney, and it is for electrical and low voltage on the 2-story building with H&S Electric Inc. in a contract amount not to exceed $305,963. The increased amount of $7,266 was due to a request by the district to install a sump pump, 20 amp WP breaker, and all the accessories. The last item is sorry, John. It's okay. The last item is a notice of completion, again with Walt Disney, and this is on the carpeting, the reliable floor covering that went into the building and the 10 classrooms, and that is an amount not to exceed $68,134. So that is a notice of completion. Any questions? Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on now to to 13, new and/or unfinished business. 13A, adoption of Resolution 33, proclaiming April 24th, 2022 as the Burbank Unified School District's Day of Commemoration of the Armenian Genocide of 1915 through 1923.
President Tabbitt. Would you like to?
Go ahead.
I will move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 33 proclaiming April 24th, 2022 as the Burbank Unified School District's Day of Commemoration of the Armenian Genocide of 1915 to 1923 as presented.
Thank you for the motion and the second, Dr. Agakanian. Any discussion? If not, let's call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great, motion carries 4-0, and
I'll read.
Mr. Ferguson, please read.
Thank you. Resolution 33, proclaiming April 24th, 2022 as Burbank Unified School District's Day of Commemoration of the Armenian Genocide of 1915 to 1923. Whereas the Armenian Genocide of 1915 to 1923 is widely recognized by historians and genocide scholars as the first genocide of the 20th century. And since 1919, April 24th has been designated as a day of remembrance and commemoration of the inhumane atrocities committed by the Ottoman Turks in carrying out the systemic annihilation of more than 1.5 million Armenian women, children, and men during World War I. And whereas many countries, including Argentina, Austria, Belgium, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Cyprus, the Czech Republic, Denmark, France, Germany, Greece, Italy, Lebanon, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Paraguay, Poland, Russia, Slovakia, Sweden, Switzerland, Uruguay, Vatican City, Venezuela, and 49 of the 50 United States of America, including California, recognize the atrocities perpetrated by the Ottoman Empire during the years of 1915 to 1923 as genocide. And whereas the state of California has been on the forefront of encouraging and promoting a curriculum relating to human rights and genocide in order to empower future generations to prevent the recurrence of genocide. And whereas the Burbank Unified School District has a significant Armenian student population, many of whom have family members who experienced firsthand the horror and the evil of the Armenian Genocide, as well as the avoidance of recognition or outright denial by many countries of the Armenian Genocide. And whereas the Burbank Unified School District continues to provide teacher training workshops and educational resources about all historic genocides, including the Armenian Genocide, to all its high school social studies teachers and students, now, therefore, be it resolved that the Burbank Unified School District Board of Education hereby designates April 24th, 2022 as the Burbank Unified School District's Day of Commemoration of the Armenian Genocide of 1915 and 1923. And in doing so, will ensure that the Armenian Genocide is properly taught to its faculty, student body, and the community at large. I will say this has been a long project to get this day recognized. I remember a time when this was not a unanimous vote on this board to get this done. And now, similar to the Pride resolution, it's not just the community that moves it, it's the allies that carry it forward. And I will say Ukraine has taught us a great deal about standing up to injustices when it occurs. And we know that many Armenians continue to suffer as Azeri and other aggressions happen in Azerbaijan and in the nation of Artsakh. Without commentary, without news coverage, and without feedback. This is a population we are proud to serve in this district, and a proud population that we get to serve. And I want to thank members of the Armenian community, including my colleague, who over the years have taught me so much about this community, about what generational trauma looks like, and how it manifests today in learning. This step allows students to come to class and feel seen, but more than anything, it states as a community that we stand behind you through and through, and that we see you. So to those who lost, my sincerest condolences, and know that these leaders in this community are and will continue to be ones that work towards a more equitable and a more fair and a kinder world.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Vice President Ferguson. We've come a long way, but we still have a lot of work ahead of us.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to 13B, adoption of Resolution 34 proclaiming April 24th through May 1st, 2022 as Burbank Unified School District's Day of Holocaust Remembrance.
Madam President.
Yes, Dr. Weiss.
I move that we adopt Resolution 34 proclaiming April 21st through May 1st, 2022 as Burbank Unified School District's Days of Holocaust Remembrance.
Thank you, and thank you for the second, Dr. Agakanian. All in favor of adopting, please say yes.
Aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Great, motion carries 4-0. And please read.
Whereas the Holocaust was the state-sponsored, systematic persecution and annihilation of European Jewry by Nazi Germany and its collaborators between 1933 and 1945, 6 million were murdered, including Roma, people with disabilities, and Poles, were also targeted for destruction or decimation for racial, ethnic, or national reasons, and millions more, including LGBTQ people, Jehovah's Witnesses, Soviet prisoners of war, and political dissidents, also suffered grievous oppression and death under Nazi tyranny. And whereas the history of the Holocaust offers an opportunity to reflect on the moral responsibilities of individuals, societies, and governments, and whereas Burbank students should understand and remember the terrible events of the Holocaust and remain vigilant against hatred, persecution, and tyranny, and whereas Burbank Unified School District should actively rededicate ourselves to the principles of individual freedom in a just society, and whereas the days of remembrance have been set aside to remember the victims of the Holocaust as well as to reflect on the need for respect of all peoples, and whereas pursuant to an act of Congress, the United States Holocaust Memorial Council designates the days of remembrance of the victims of the Holocaust to be Sunday, April 24th through Sunday, May 1st, 2022, including the Day of Remembrance known as Yom HaShoah, April 28th, 2022, and observances and remembrance activities will occur nationwide between Sunday, April 24th and Sunday, May 1st, 2022. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Burbank Unified School District Board of Education does hereby proclaim the week of Sunday, April 24th through Sunday, May 1st, 2022 as days of remembrance, and to hold a moment of silence on Thursday, April 28th, 2022, in memory of the victims of the Holocaust and in honor of the survivors, as well as the rescuers and liberators, and further proclaims that we, the Burbank Unified School District community, should work to promote human dignity and confront hate wherever and whenever it occurs. Can I ask a quick thing? If possible, gypsies is a derogatory word used to describe the Roma. I think it would be important to remove that from this of this resolution.
Yeah.
It's not something that community finds appropriate. So if we could have that removed.
As amended.
Yeah, as amended.
Right.
I would also ask that we change LGBTQ to LGBTQIA+, please, just to also further represent that community. So as amended, if that's possible, I'd be appreciative.
You're the maker of the motion, and I will second. And you will second. So you got it.
Thanks.
All in favor with the amended changes, please say aye.
Aye.
Absolutely.
And opposed? So forth, carried 4-0 with the amendments made. Thank you for doing that. Sure.
Madam President, also before we move to the next item, I do want to remind our community members who I'm sure are up still watching us.
Yeah.
But there is a genocide remembrance event this Saturday right here at the steps of the City Hall. So I hope I would.
What time is that?
It's at 1 o'clock this Saturday. Hopefully, I will see some of you there this Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to 13C, adoption of Resolution 35 proclaiming May 18th, 2022 as Speech Pathologist Day.
President Tabbitt.
Yes, sir.
I'll move the Board of Education adopt Resolution 35 proclaiming May 18th, 2022 as Speech Pathologist Day as presented.
Second. Thank you for the motion and the second, Dr. Agakanian. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. No. Motion carried 4-0, and please read.
Resolution 35, proclaiming May 18th, 2022 as the Day of the Speech Language Pathologist. Whereas May 18th is National Speech Pathologist Day, which celebrates the contributions speech language pathologists make to the community. And whereas May is Better Hearing and Speech Month, established to provide an opportunity to raise awareness about communication disorders and the role of American Speech Language Hearing Association members in providing life-altering treatment. And whereas speech language pathologists are experts in communication and we saw some tonight, and are in a highly specialized field focused on the assessment, diagnosis, and treatment of communication disorders. And whereas there are over 188,000 certified speech language pathologists in the United States, and over half of those work in educational settings. And whereas in California, for individuals who receive special education services, approximately 165,000 students are designated as having speech or language impairment, SLI. And in the Burbank Unified School District, approximately 1,000 students are designated as having speech or language impairment. Whereas 22 speech language pathologists and 4 speech language pathology assistants provide services in the Burbank Unified School District to students ranging from 3 to 22 years of age, in all grades from preschool to transition age. And whereas speech language pathologists provide therapy to students with delays and disorders in the areas of semantics, syntax, morphology, pragmatics, voice fluency, stuttering, articulation, and phonological processing in order to help them effectively communicate and access the curriculum in the educational setting. And whereas speech language pathologists carry out duties including evaluating communication skills, determining communication delays and disorders, writing comprehensive assessment reports, identifying service and support options, creating and carrying out individualized education programs, plans, that'll be edited to say plans, acting as case managers, providing direct therapy services, collecting progress data, completing progress reports, participating as members of student success teams, SSTs, assisting with transition planning, consulting with school staff, families and interdisciplinary teams, and supervising student speech language pathologists in training. And top of all that, whereas California's speech language pathologists are among the best educated with high qualification standards and ongoing continuing education requirements, and hold undergraduate and graduate degrees specific to the field of communicative disorders, and are credentialed by the state of California, commonly hold a certificate of clinical competence in speech language pathology, and generally maintain a California state licensure. And whereas speech language pathologists demonstrate a commitment to making a difference in people's lives and are dedicated to continuous learning and empowering others. And whereas the Board of Education and leadership of the Burbank Unified School District recognize the vital role of speech language pathologists and express strong support and gratitude to past and present speech language pathologists and speech language pathology assistants for their commitment and dedication to the students and staff of the Burbank Unified School District. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education recognizes May 18th as the Day of the Speech Language Pathologist in the Burbank Unified School District.
Thank you very much. Okay. Moving on to 13D, adoption of Resolution 36, proclaiming May 11th, 2022 as School Nurse Day. Yes, sir.
I move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 36 proclaiming May 11, 2022 as a School Nurse Day as presented.
Second.
Thank you for the motion and the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 4-0. And the maker of the motion, please read it.
Resolution 36 proclaiming May 11, 2022 as School Nurse Day. Whereas National Nurses Week in May 16 to 12 each year and draws attention to and celebrates the contributions that nurses and nursing make to the community. The full week of recognition culminating, I'm sorry, my glasses are, on Florence Nightingale's birthday, May 12th. And whereas there are approximately 60,000 registered nurses in the United States public school system who care for more than 52 million students, and whereas school nursing is a specialized practice of professional nursing that advances the well-being, academic success, and the lifelong achievement of students, facilitates positive students' responses to the normal development, promotes health and safety, intervenes with the actual and potential health problems, provides case management services, and builds student and family capacity for adoption, self-management, self-advocacy, and learning through the collaboration with professionals in other disciplines. And whereas the school nurse assists students in achieving optimal wellness to enhance readiness to learn, improve school attendance rates, ensure that students entering schools are free of communicable disease, and provide interventions that promote the well-being of students. And whereas giving generously of their time and talent for multitude of projects, school nurses assist in the maintenance of healthy and safe school environments for the district. And whereas the Board of Education of the Burbank Unified School District expresses strong support and deep gratitude to the past and present school nurses for their commitment and dedication to the students and staff of the Burbank Burbank Unified School District. Sorry, it's a long one. And now, therefore, be it resolved that May 11, 2022 be recognized as the School Nurse Day in the Burbank Unified School District.
Thank you very much. And there is a lot to read. We're not all perfect. We can make mistakes here and there. It's all good. I just happened to look at you when I was speaking. I wasn't referring to you. Sorry.
I'm looking at you, not towards you.
Yeah. I'll just only look forward. I didn't mean that to anybody specifically. We're all little fumbles. Let's see, moving on to 13E. Oh.
Didn't we?
Yeah,
we did.
voted.
We voted.
4-0.
Yeah,
4-0.
we did.
President Tat,
Yes,
you called for 13E, right?
I did. I
Okay,
just didn't.
Yeah, I want to make
Just
sure.
go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt you.
Make the motion.
I will move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 37 proclaiming the week of May 2nd through 2022 through May 6th, 2022 as Substitute Teacher Appreciation Week as presented.
Second.
Thank you for the motion and the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, say no. Motion carried 4-0.
Gotcha.
Please.
Resolution 37 proclaiming May 2nd through 6th, 2022 as Substitute Teacher Appreciation Week. Whereas education is the most vital activity we as a society undertake to ensure the well-being of the nation. And whereas substitute teachers are an essential part to the education of our children. And whereas substitute teachers provide continuity in the learning process as well as a safe and healthy learning environment for students. And whereas substitute teachers work tirelessly to serve our children and community with care and professionalism. And whereas substitute teachers are a source of caring, concern, counseling, empathy, warmth, and inspiration. And whereas the role of substitute teachers may be different from that of a regular teacher in some aspects, but it's equally demanding, equally essential, and equally professional. And whereas the Board of Education and the leadership of the Burbank Unified School District recognize the truly vital role of substitute teachers in realizing the mission for public education, now therefore be it resolved that the Burbank Unified School District extends its sincere appreciation to the substitute teachers of the Burbank Unified School District and encourages the community to recognize and celebrate the accomplishments of the district's substitute teaching staff, and hereby proclaims May 2nd through 6th as Substitute Teacher Appreciation Week. And just in wrapping this year and last year in particular, our subs came in and in big ways delivered for this district and allowed us to keep doors open. And these subs come from all walks of life, including people who watched this meeting, who answered the call, and who stood up and helped. I cannot thank you enough individually, but I know us as a board generally. Cannot thank this community enough for stepping up and for being there for our kids, to keep these schools open, and in such a critical time. Our subs stepped up in big ways. We wish we could compensate you more. We wish we could do all the things that really recognize the hard work that it takes to do this role. But in the meantime, to recognize their role in this moment in history is critical. Thank you.
Hear you.
Thank you. What's that?
He said, hear you, hear you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Yes, indeed. Okay, 13F.
Madam President.
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we adopt Resolution 38 proclaiming May 11th, 2022 as Day of the Teacher and May 2nd, 2022 through May 6th, 2022 as Burbank Unified School District Teacher Appreciation Week.
Second.
Thank you for the motion and the second. I apologize for the yawn in between. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, say no. Motion carried 4-0. It's all you.
Whereas education is the most vital activity we as a society undertake to ensure the well-being of the nation, and whereas an educated citizenry serves as the foundation of our democracy, and whereas education is, in large measure, the result of the talent and commitment of teachers, and whereas today's teachers mold the minds and train the workforce of the future, and whereas good teaching grows in value and pays dividends far beyond the classroom, and whereas teachers are a source of caring, concern, counseling, empathy, warmth, and inspiration, and whereas California's teachers are among the best educated, highly qualified, and hardest working educators in the country, and whereas teachers in the Burbank Unified School District exemplify these qualities, and whereas the Board of Education and leadership of the Burbank Unified School District recognize the truly vital role of teachers in realizing the mission for public education. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education extends its sincere appreciation to the teachers of the Burbank Unified School District and encourages the community to recognize and celebrate the accomplishments of the district's teaching staff, and hereby proclaims May 11th as Day of the Teacher and May 2nd, 2022 through 6th, 2022 as Burbank Unified School District Teacher Appreciation Week.
Thank you very much. And also, too, thank you to all the groups outside that make that week so special for our teachers that go out of their way. That's really appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. 13G, adoption of Resolution 39 proclaiming May 6, 2022 as School Lunch Hero Day.
President Tapp.
Yes, sir.
President, yeah. I will move Resolution 39 proclaiming May 6th as School Lunch Hero Day.
Second.
Thank you for the motion and the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carried 4-0, and?
Thank you. Resolution 39 proclaiming May 6, 2022 as School Lunch Hero Day. Whereas the efforts of the food service classified staff members of the Burbank Unified School District are essential to the successful operation of the district's programs. And whereas nutritious school meals are an essential part of the school day. And whereas food and nutrition professionals are committed to providing healthful, nutritious meals to the district's children so they are ready to learn. And whereas the women and men, to include, gender pronouns here are off. The women and men and others who prepare and serve school meals help nurture our children throughout their daily interaction and support. And whereas food and nutrition professionals demonstrate on a consistent basis their concern through patience and kindness towards our students. And whereas their efforts and commitment to children and their contributions are extremely important to the overall operation of our schools. And whereas the full force of our food and nutrition professionals are on the front lines during COVID-19 and ensuring our children do not go without nutritious meals. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education extends its sincere appreciation to the food and nutrition professionals, professional employees of the Burbank Unified School District, and encourages the community to recognize and honor their contributions to a quality education and to celebrate their accomplishments, and hereby proclaim May 6, 2022 as School Lunch Hero Day. Again, an aside, Dr. Weisberg and I know other board members as well, have visited school sites. Keeping these cafeterias open and keeping these meals moving was a real chore as well. And the adaptability of our classified staff moving from site to site at will, on call, and rising to the moment to ensure kids ate was heroic indeed.
Big deal.
We will spend the rest of our lives, and I said this before and I will say it again, telling the story of everybody who delivered for kids in this time in history. And these school lunch professionals did that. In the heat, in the cold, they were there, they did it early, and they did it, for the most part, really, without complaint. So again, to all those who kept our lunches rolling, who kept those kids fed, God's work. Thank you.
Madam President, I also want to add, kind of following what my colleague said, food scarcity is becoming a really big issue. And for a lot of our students, these lunch heroes are really the heroes, because that's the time they get meals, And I think we talk about homelessness, but often we forget about food scarcity, especially now with the cost of, food and grocery rising. It's becoming a really big challenge. So thank you, for these lunch heroes, because for some of the students, they are the hero where they get at least a meal during the day. Thank you.
A lot of effort, a lot of work. Thank you so much. Okay, skipping 13A, because we've already done that, we move to 13I, adoption of the proposed 2022-2023 instructional calendar.
President Tabbitt.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ferguson.
I will move the adoption of the proposed 2022-2023 instructional calendar as amended.
Second.
Thank you for the motion. Thank you for the second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carried 4-0. 13J, reappointment of members to the School Facilities Oversight Committee, SFOC.
Madam Chair, President, I move that the Board of Education reappoints members Raymond Juarez, Justin Worsham, and Brandon Mullins to serve 2 years terms on the School Facilities Oversight Committee effective June 1, 2022, and expiring May 31, 2024, as presented.
Thank you for the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, thank you. Any discussion?
Did we advertise appoint, or did we just move to reappoint?
I believe we just moved to reappoint.
Okay. I think that's okay in this moment because I don't think but I would always, similar to boards and commissions, I would like to see if we advertise positions purely because there could be people who want to come off who, are just kind of holding on because they've been involved and that happens. But, I think it's an opportunity to tell the story. But other than that, I just wanted that small piece of feedback.
Yeah, and they're only allowed so many terms.
Well, I understand that if it's a bond committee, it will transition kind of out of a bond oversight committee at some point as the bond dollars are extinguished. And at that point, those term limits don't apply in the same way. So that's just where I think moving forward, if we could advertise it, that's all. Even if it's a staff recommendation to reappoint, that's fine. I think, but again, I think giving people opportunities to get involved.
I also want to know, have they confirmed that they're okay with the reappointment?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah.
All right.
And we have at least another year of bond work.
Good to know and good to flag, and just thank you to these three members. It really isn't, my commentary is not anti-you, it is really just about, we're a public institution, and people should be able to get involved at all levels, especially in oversight bodies.
For sure.
Okay, thank you. 13K, approve.
You got to vote.
Oh, my apologies. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carried 4-0. Now moving on, 13K, approval of designation of high school representatives.
Madam President,
Yes,
I move that we approve the designation of principals Thomas Crowther and Matt Chambers as the representatives of Burbank High School and John Burroughs High School, and assistant principals Brian James and Victoria Caseo, serving as the designated alternative representative from Burbank High School and John Burroughs High School, respectively, to the California Interscholastic Federation, CIF, Southern Section Pacific League 2022-2023 school year, and to require such representatives to immediately notify the superintendent of any proposed or pending actions that fiscally impact the Burbank Unified School District as presented.
Second.
thank you for the motion and the second. Discussion.
So this is our annual requirement to reestablish our representatives on CIF. They have specific deadlines for that, and we have in the past, and we can continue to amend when we need to amend.
Right, thank you.
That would just be a report back to the board with an amendment.
Right. Okay, and in the past, we've always done the principals and the vice principals.
Of athletics and activities, correct?
Yes.
That is correct.
For the vice principals,
Those
correct.
persons serving in that thing.
Yes,
But
Got
it
it.
is amended.
yes,
I get it. No,
yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Great, motion carries 4-0. 13L, approval of agreement for professional services, actuarial study from the general fund.
President Tabbitt.
Yes, sir.
I will move the Board of Education approve an agreement between the Burbank Unified School District and Total Compensation Systems, Inc. to perform an actuarial study not to exceed $6,000 out of the designated account string, effective April 22nd, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, and that the authority to sign the agreement be exercised pursuant to BUSD AR 3314 as presented.
Second.
Thank you, and thank you for the second. Any discussion? Okay.
Pretty routine.
Uh-huh. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Yes, aye.
And
It's gotten to that point, I'm like, yes.
He's
Yes.
excited
Just
about
move
this
on.
one.
Actuarial studies, you know?
And those opposed,
Ask
please
Ms.
say no.
Kuckna, you know, you ask questions of Sharon, Cuck does mine. Thank you.
Please say no if anyone.
She laughs now, but you know, it's.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, say no. Thank you. Motion carried 4-0, and actuarials will now commence.
Huzzah.
Huzzah.
13M, approval of the Second Amendment to the lease agreement with A&G LLC.
President Tabbitt.
Yes, sir.
I'll move the Board of Education approve the Second Amendment to the agreement between the Burbank Unified School District and A&G LLC for the lease of 104 parking spaces effective April 22nd, 2022 through September 14th, 2049, out of the designated account strings, and that the authority to sign the agreement be exercised pursuant to BUSD AR 3314 as presented.
Second.
Thank you for the motion and the second. Any discussion? Questions? Great.
Like
all those-
long-term deals, like long-term leases, so great job.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. 13N, approval of extension of agreement for professional services with AMS.net.
President Tabbitt.
Yes, sir.
I'll move the Board of Education approve an extension to the agreement with AMS.net for professional services not to exceed $30,000 out of the designated special use funds account string, and the authority to sign the agreement be exercised pursuant to BUSD AR 3314 as presented.
Second.
Thank you for the motion and the second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, say no. Motion carries 4-0. 13O, acceptance of gifts. Yes.
I move the Board of Education take formal action accepting the following gifts to the district, and that the board's president convey enthusiastically appreciation to the donors as presented.
Second.
Thank you for the motion and the second.
You'll work on it.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0. 4-0, yes, when with great appreciation, and I happily, or thank you, want to thank these organizations for the donations. We'd like to thank Charities Aid Foundation America, Cyber Grants, who wishes to donate to the district $360 to be used for materials and supplies at Thomas Edison Elementary School. I'd like to thank Logix Federal Credit Union, who wishes to donate to the district $1,000 to be used as needed at Luther Burbank Middle School. Wish to thank Stefan Dumanis, who wishes to donate to the district $1,500 to be used as needed at Luther Burbank Middle School. We'd like to thank Burbank Youth Vocal Arts Foundation, who wishes to donate to the district $1,000 to be used to pay choir coaches at Burbank High School. I'd like to thank the Home Depot, who wishes to donate to the district $921.56 to be used for materials and supplies at Joaquin Miller Elementary School. I wish to thank John Muir Middle School PTSA, who wishes to donate to the district $4,000 to be used for the 2022 Muir Empowered Program at John Muir Middle School. Thank you all for making our schools a little better place every day. Consent agenda.
President Tabbitt.
Yes.
I'll move consent calendar items 14A through 14AD, except which items board members wish to pull.
Thank you for the motion and the second. Does anyone have? I'd like to go over 14M. We don't have to necessarily vote on it separately, but an explanation of
So
it.
for a question?
Yeah, might be suffice.
So you're talking specifically about the consultant agreement with Ms. Jones?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you recall, the board approved 2 contracts with CDE to, one, sponsor an event here in Burbank. That's a statewide event for arts, media, and entertainment.
Right.
And the other to help develop a student organization for arts, media, and entertainment as well for the state. So Ms. Jones was involved in the development of those contracts it took about a year for us to negotiate and going back and forth. And so she knows those contracts intimately. And also, it requires a lot of not just clerical work, but expertise in CTE and all of that entails. And it requires a work during the regular workday. So that would be hard for other employees to be able to step in and do that work because it's during their regular work hours. So some of that includes, for example, attending all of the advisory meetings that are surrounding this grant and also supporting the event that will happen in June, which will be, registration support and other event support.
Thanks, Ms. Jones.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
You already served a lot and gave a lot to this district, so thanks for coming back and helping out.
Yes,
Yeah.
she's amazing.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that was great. Thank you, Zoe, and thank you for explaining quite well. Okay, so I'm good. We have a motion for consent agenda. All those in favor of approving, say yes.
Aye.
All those who say no, no. Who oppose? It is late. Please say no. Thank you. Motion carried 4-0. Consent agenda is approved. Yes. So, request to address the board. She had said earlier that she would be back. And here you are, Mrs. Abasta, please.
Yes, thank you.
Take the floor.
Again, I don't always get to come up here and talk about happy stuff. And so today I do want to talk about that. Well, but first I do want to, regarding the remembrance of Holocaust, just at Burbank High, the social studies department, Doug Grimshaw, actually provided opportunities for us to see virtual Holocaust survivor speakers. And, it just tells you just the impact. I mean, our students, it was just amazing, inspirational, and in so many ways, just the students still need that education. A lot of the things that we had in play, like it was a given you did Diary of Anne Frank. And when our students came, they knew and they were prepared. And so sometimes when things like this sort of get taken away, I don't think we always realize the impact that it has. So that was wonderful. And then in remembrance of Armenian genocide, what we did is we bought a book for each of our elementaries called Under the Light of the Moon by Laura Michael, illustrated by Aram Gabudian. And it's a little chapter book. And so I spoke to Dr. Navik and Ms. Kusea to ask if we could, not pilot it, but ask a 4th or 5th grade teacher if they'd be willing to do it. All of our schools, except for one, right away said yes. So we have teachers doing that. We also provided a teaching guide, and there are Armenian genocide research and upstanders. So it's just a really great, and so we're going to see if this is something that works well. Maybe we might want to, look into this, but we just thought, let's give everybody an opportunity to do this. And so I just wanted to share that with you. I know they've seen it, but I just would want you just to take a quick look at it to see what you think. The BTA Read Here, There, and Everywhere has just continued to be something that I just really value. So at Providencia, last week, former Mayor Marcia Ramos came to Catherine Colvin Marvin's fifth grade class, because she also sits on the Metropolitan, Water Board. So she spoke to the students about water conservation. What an impressive group of fifth graders. They were talking about water usage in Burbank, desalination plants. I mean, it was amazing. And so from there, we walked outside to read the book called The Water Lady, which, they all sometimes call Marsha Ramos the Water Lady. And so it's actually based on, on a true story of a woman who brought water onto the reservation, and being from New Mexico as Marsha Ramos is. So it was just one of those, it just fit perfectly. Next week, Dale Gorman from the Kids Dental Clinic is going to be coming to Emerson, and the book there is called Creature of Habit, and it's about a creature whose routine suddenly gets disrupted by unexpected arrival of a new friend, but realizing the importance of friendship and also good habits. So she's going to speak to our kids. I think it's a first grade class about good teeth care and good habits. Just to also let you know that not only do my colleagues do everything in the classroom, they also do so much for the community. So last month they gathered, I don't know how many hundreds they created these toiletry kits that we donated to BTAC. We also are involved in the Care Walk. That's something that we do every year. We pay for the registration fee and create a team. This year they're honoring Hallie Fleshman, which is wonderful. And just to end, remembering Debbie Catello and her work for Relay BTA, we were one of the first to start this years and years ago. There have been so many things, good things, and so she really helped with that. And so that is something that when we walk this year, we will always remember Debbie. And then two last things. One is just as we get ready to prepare the budget, how we adopt the budget, I think we need to really look at how we do budget. And so we've been having that conversation for some time, but I think it's now, after years and years of probably hearing me at this mic and seeing that it can be done different. And the last thing, and then this is just me saying this, I'm not as the BTA president, but as Diana Basta, a teacher of 40 years, an English teacher of literature, which is my passion. And I would invite you, because this is what I had asked for before, to do the training through Facing History with To Kill a Mockingbird. So it's 20 hours. We've been trained for this. And I am asking that we reconsider bringing this back as supplemental. There comes a time where we have to get away from the trauma. It has to be from a place of healing. And I can only tell you that the teachers who we've gone through this training and we've done this for years, the good that has come out of it is something that I think we're not doing our students a service. And so I'm just asking you, try reading the book, participating in those 20 hours to see how it is done. Because I think that you're going to begin to see other people in the community who are still wondering why. So that's just all I wanted to say, that I want to get away from trauma-induced and get into healing and changes and continuing to add diverse books. Thank you.
Thank you. Is our superintendent with us, or Sharon? Any?
I'm still here, but I just want to thank Ms. Abasta for her comments this evening and sharing the great work that's happening in the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member, I know I'm coming. Board member comments? Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Abasta, for sharing all of the amazing. I'm gonna come over here for a minute and just talk to you. So one of the exciting things I got to do when I worked with Facing History was help develop the To Kill a Mockingbird study guide, and then facilitate those workshops. So I can, I can speak to the power of those workshops. We can continue the conversation offline for sure. Yes, I just think it's important to note that I do think most people know why these books have been paused. It would be great to have a conversation about whether all of the teachers who might be teaching this book have gone through the Facing History training, because it is, as you stated, it's so in-depth and it is quite a time and commitment. And then just talking about the sort of what needs to happen, to your really beautiful point, to move from trauma to healing, what those steps are, both for our teachers and our students. I think it's a really important conversation that you brought up, and I hope we can have it together. So I'm just going to take full credit for the study guide, because I'm just kidding, I won't. But it is a wonderful resource, and it is interesting I'm no longer with them, obviously, but to have conversations with other people who helped really write and develop it and talk about the sort of evolving relationship with that text. So I look forward to future conversations with you about it.
Just quickly, if I could circle up with you on that. I'm not on the committee, so I don't have as much background on it, and it would just be helpful in conversations to have context. So I will reach out separately, but thank you for that.
Someone turn off my, oh, it's on. Ms. Abasta, thank you, and thank you for sharing that book. You know, I still look forward to seeing the books on the fence when we're going down Chandler. This is something I brought up a while ago, but I want us to come back to the whole idea of not only making sure that our kids are reading, because, you know, they're not as much as we like them to, but also I love to see the books continue on the fences year round, because you'll be surprised, like, my kid was asking, oh, what happened to the books, you know? So I think we need to also start this conversation about diversifying our libraries, different languages, you know, as firsthand experience when I spoke to our English learner students or advanced English learner students. And, you know, you want to talk about healing, and you want to talk about really bringing the community together. I think sharing common stories will bring us together. And that commonality is what unites us as a community, as a whole. But I do appreciate you and the teachers bringing this book forward. It's a wonderful book. And, you know, if you ever need to see if there's need to get supporters to get more of them, maybe we can, you know, I think it's something that we can talk about. But I think that idea of diversifying the books, not only in languages, but in ideas, approaching these traumas in different ways through literature, I think will help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Well, first we have some retirees to announce. We have some certificated personnel: Deborah Vermillion, Eileen Peavyhouse, John Whitener, and Linda Lindley. And and then from the classified personnel, Helga Gregorian. We thank you for your years of service to the district. I know Linda's been around a long time. Mr. Whitener, Ms. Peavyhouse.
Ms. Peavyhouse, who made me run, I hope you enjoy your retirement, because you were fantastic. But no. She gave me the opportunity to make it up when I couldn't do it. But seriously, somebody who taught me how to keep at it. So enjoy your retirement.
Thank you. And then we will also adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Sid Colpus and Debbie Costello. Cotello. Thank you.